All right, we are live. Thank you for joining us today. Today we're going to be looking at the differences between the Christian conception of God and the Islamic conception, focusing on this idea of logos versus will. In Christianity, God is logos. God is the Word, which has a number of implications, including how we think about the world as a result of who God is. In Islam, God is pure will. Well, you say, what's the difference? The difference is pure will is not subject to any kind of natural order. He doesn't necessarily have a consistent nature. It can change from day to day, and this affects the way Muslims think about the world as well. So we'll get into that presentation shortly. You may recognize the start of it because Lloyd and I started this 2 weeks ago. But we just briefly got into it, so if you see the start and you're like, hey, I think I saw this already, don't worry, you only saw like 5% of it before we brought up Saffraz and changed the conversation. Let me open us with a word of prayer. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you so much for this time together. We thank you for this technology that allows us to connect with believers and unbelievers from all around the world. We have a very important subject today, the nature of God. People often say that the Christian conception of God and Islamic conception of God are basically the same thing, that we serve basically the same God. And as we'll see, that's not really the case. We pray that people approach the material with an open mind, that they not simply dismiss what we have to say because they previously heard otherwise from some TV talking head or from some religious leader or whatever the case may be. We ask that you be with us today, that you guide our discussion, and you prevent us from making erroneous statements about who you are. We ask these things in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
All right. I'll give my guests a chance to introduce themselves in a second, but I know a lot of people are probably wondering what is up with me. If you saw my live stream with David Wood on Monday, you saw that he kind of changed his mind about deleting his channel. I believe right then and there on that live stream is kind of when he'd been thinking about it a little already because of Hatun being arrested, but that's probably when he actually made that decision. He said that he would potentially be interested in selling me the channel, that I would take it over and run it as an apologetics supergroup. However, he said that he wanted to run it by Hatun first, because her arrest obviously is what started his thinking process, and then I helped it along a little bit. So he spoke with her live on Tuesday, and afterwards she did tell him that she was interested in taking over the channel, so she will probably become the owner of the channel, which is fine, saves me about a bunch of cash. But I spoke with Hatun on Thursday to kind of see what her plans were, thinking, whether she was thinking she'd just run exactly like she runs DCCI, or whether she would be doing some sort of, putting into consideration the supergroup. She hadn't really thought about it much at that time. She seemed to indicate that she wasn't even really sure that David was going to give her the channel. Based on everything I've seen, I think it's 100% certain that he is not going to delete the channel anymore, or 99.5%, whatever, certain. But she kind of seemed to want to wait and see to make sure that she actually got the channel before she put any grand plans into place. I offered to help her manage the channel. I offered to help in any way that I could, and I gently suggested that the maximum benefit of the channel would be to run it as a community effort. When I proposed buying the channel, I had the same idea, that I would just run it the same as I run my existing channel. Obviously that's the natural first thought you'd have. But once that other idea was proposed, I said, well, that's actually way, way better than anything I would do. We can do more together than we can as individuals. So, I spoke with her. She said that she would pray about it. I asked her how I could help, how I could pray for her, and she said to pray that she is given wisdom and guidance on how to handle the situation. So that's where we stand right now. I suspect that there'll be some sort of announcement tomorrow from David during his final live stream, but I don't think that Hatun probably will have formulated her plans in her mind yet as of that time. So we'll just see what happens over the next week. Regardless of what happens there, however, I am moving forward with my own ambitions, if you will, that the Lord has been putting on my heart for some time now to make this into more of a full-time mission. Obviously, I can't be full-time in the near future. I mean, 9,000 subscribers is what I had when I started thinking about this, now 10,500. But that is the vision, that is the plan. So before I spoke with David, before I even had any clue that I would be on his channel, I started writing up a mission plan, a vision statement that has been published as of yesterday, or at least released to the public as of yesterday on reasonedanswers.com. So what I want everyone to do is open a new tab on your browser, go to reasonedanswers.com, and then come back to that after the stream. Read it over. You won't be able to, do it in 5 minutes. It's an extensive, comprehensive vision statement of where I want to go in the next couple years. So with all of that out of the way, we can get down to the business of the day. Lloyd, why don't you say a few words about what we're going to be looking at today and introduce yourself?
Hi, everyone. Most of you know me, so I'm Lloyd de Jong, South African, lived in the Middle East for more than a decade, worked all across the Middle East, national security, got very familiar with the people, the places, and the problems. And I now live in Poland, and I discuss Islamic law mostly. That's what I focus on generally on my channel. I also look at Islamic history, and I've been digging into the pre-7th century history of Islam and its connections to, as it states explicitly in the Sharia, into Gnosticism, because Islamic law, the Sharia, explicitly states that Islam is a Gnostic religion. Now, this doesn't mean it's only a Gnostic religion. It's cribbed from everything. It's plagiarism of an industrial magnitude, but it certainly has a Gnostic element as well as pagan elements. And but today I want to talk about the different ideas, as Thaddeus mentioned earlier, God, as we know him, versus Allah, as Muslims know him. And my good friend AT is going to actually provide some really good insight. He wrote something really, really good, which I'm very, very happy that he did, to explain the difference between will and logos, God. And few will realize that the idea of will, God being capricious, making up ideas as he goes, right? This would also lead us towards the satanic. And I don't mean like Satan with horns, like the cartoon, but the idea of the satanic, the one who opposes reason, the one who opposes order. That is the satanic. This is blind, unfettered will, unfettered by reason, unfettered by forethought. I mean, Thaddeus, perhaps you can define that a little bit better, or AT can define that a bit better. But do you guys agree with that statement?
Yeah, I mean, if God is consistent, God is reason, then the opposite obviously is chaos. And, interestingly, all of the ancient religions of the world, they kind of viewed the world as chaotic and crazy. They viewed the gods or as, basically human beings with superpowers. And this stands in opposition to Christianity. All religions in the end stand in opposition to Christianity in various ways. But this idea of God being consistent, God being bound by the laws of logic and whatnot is a uniquely Christian idea.
Yeah, and also there's an interesting, Truth, before you go on, there's an interesting implication there, and we will come to that. But to limit Allah is to sin, because it says Allah cannot do everything, which means Allah can be evil. Allah can do contradictories. Allah can can be what God is not, because God cannot lie. God is truth.
Mhm.
God cannot do evil because God is good. So whereas this is an irrational, illogical idea of the power of God. It's yeah. So it has implications. Truth. Up to you.
No,
That's it.
absolutely. Yeah. And so we will definitely get into some of the details. So you guys are going to see Lloyd's slide here. And I literally just read that first slide, and there was a bunch of thoughts that I had to it. So I stopped by a local McDonald's, sat down, didn't eat anything, and I just wrote kind of what was on my mind. I didn't want to let it go. But we'll kind of really get into this. I think this is a really good teaser regarding my introduction and stuff like that. You guys both know I don't like to do introductions real well. So I'm a guy. I love Jesus. I have a YouTube channel called Ask Truth Apologetics. If you're interested in looking at it, go look at it. Do the YouTube-y things, and that's pretty much my introduction.
Excellent. In lieu of a more lengthy introduction, we'll go with your comment from before we started here that you posed to the audience. Based on the thumbnail of this video, what's the name of our band? What instrument do we play? What are our stage names? Our Kitsune said the band name is Dynamite Kufar. Thaddeus plays the keyboard, Ask plays the guitar, and Lloyd is the drummer. Also, Alonzo is your biggest fangirl. And that's true, no disrespect to any of my many fans in the chat here, but Alonzo's probably more obsessed with me than anyone else. So
yeah, nobody has commented more on your videos, perhaps, than yourself and Alonzo and his 27 different aliases. So we appreciate his. He might be more of like the psychotic fangirl. You know what I mean? Like, they're not just like fans, but like they'll key your car, slash your tires, break into your home in the middle of the night. But yeah, thanks, Alonzo. I'm sure you're out there lurking around somewhere. Thanks for being
yeah,
with us,
I
fans.
suspect any minute now we're going to have someone coming in here and saying we believe in three gods with a account that was created today.
Yeah, right. 4 hours
Oh my
ago.
God, guys, we're gonna have to hang up our gloves if he says that. I mean, good grief.
Right.
That's it.
Our Kitsune did add that if you guys were female instead, then the band name would be the Three Exalted Cranes, referring to the Quran there.
Yes.
And Player Faint just said, is the three tenors allowed? I think that one's taken, unfortunately. And Arnold says music is haram, and I'll say that this is a 100% haram channel, so
Yes,
that's
it is.
quite all right. Then one other thing before we start here, Basiljet asked what David is doing. Is he retiring from public Christian polemic? So David is moving off YouTube. He will be posting content on his own website. He will be doing live streams and videos with other channels, but he will not be posting directly himself. This way he can't get strikes and he can't get banned from YouTube. That's his thinking here, because if he got banned from strikes on his own channel, then he wouldn't be allowed to appear on other channels either. But if he appears on 10 different channels and one of them gets a strike, it doesn't have any effect on the other 9 channels. And of course, he can't get any strikes at all on his own website. So he'll post his content there, and then it'll be up to other people to post it on YouTube and disseminate it in various ways, including myself. I launched a channel, the David Wood Archives. I'm re-uploading his old videos, but I also will upload the new videos as those are released to that channel. All right, shall we start with the presentation for today?
Sure. Right, so I will share my screen. And of course, I used to always start these talks with something funny from Islamic literature, right? This is just something I thought might be interesting. So I've been asking Muslims lately, was Aisha lying or telling the truth? I've been doing this for a couple of weeks now, a few weeks, and not one has replied to me for some reason. So Aisha angrily said to the Messenger of Allah, "It is you who pretend to be a prophet from Allah." Right? This is an authentic hadith from Al-Ghazali himself, the most famous, most prominent number one scholar in Islam after Muhammad himself. So is Aisha lying or telling the truth? And of course, they cannot answer this. But if you guys want to pester them about this, this might be interesting. Just to ask them. Oh, any comments from you guys before I close this?
I think that goes right up in line with another question they can't answer, which Thaddeus said quite a few streams ago. Thaddeus, remember what your question was that Sassafras could not possibly answer?
Well, I think that you may have actually proposed it originally, but either way, the question is, can you name one way that you are inferior to Muhammad in morality? And he couldn't come up with anything.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting that Muslims cannot demonstrate to us how they're morally inferior to the best of mankind, Muhammad, which is supposedly their prophet. So that to me is very, very problematic. And then, yeah, I mean, it's like we Muslims rely so much, especially Sunni Muslims, rely so much on Aisha's narrations to know anything about the prophet. So it's like they're going to have to cherry pick on this particular one, right? And it's like, well, she says what he said, but then at the same time, she also says he's a false prophet. So we'll believe her other hadith, and we will reject just this one.
Or anything else that is inconvenient.
Right, exactly, or anything else.
So Basiljet says that he's been following Lloyd's presentation on Sharia on Fander Films. This is a whole new dimension to the journey. And absolutely, that's it's something Lloyd's been pushing for a couple years, but we haven't necessarily made a huge amount of progress until this year. Things, now is the time, I think. Now is God's timing, and all kinds of things are happening for Lloyd and for myself. We agree exactly with what you said there, that we think that this is a new dimension to undermine Islam, to show Muslims that they're following a false religion. And it's something they're totally not prepared to address and can not address according to the Sharia itself.
Yeah, exactly. And just if I could say one thing about the Sharia and Lloyd's take on this is, when we talk to Muslims, typically we're going to address things that the Quran says, things that the Hadith say. We might bring up some problems with the morality of it, consistency, contradictions, all those types of things, which I think are very, very important. But one of the things that we run into is, the answers that we get are all over the map, right? One particular Muslim might say one thing, another Muslim might say another. It's very rare that you get the exact same answer from any particular Muslim. So when we're having this conversation, the Muslims have a lot of different ways that they can do. They can smoke screen. They create a lot of confusion about, what hadith you accept, if that's what it actually says in Arabic, all of those types of things. And it becomes really difficult to pin anybody down into an exact position. Where the Sharia comes into play is, the scholars of Islam have sat down, the greatest minds in Islam have sat down, have debated these topics, have come up with basically the law that is associated with how one person should interpret the proper interpretation of the Quran and the Hadith. And then they put it into very, very easy, simple to understand statements that tell you exactly what Islam is. So when you're in conversation with a Muslim and they're giving you the runaround, that's when having someone like Lloyd on hand is very important, because he's going to be able to show you exactly what the Islamic position is on that. And that Muslim is going to either be in line with that or they're not going to be in line with it. It's pretty black and white. So this is something that does need to be addressed. And I'm super stoked that it's getting a lot more attention now. So we'll kind of move into it from here.
Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. And I wanted to highlight this comment as well from Resurrecting Truth, herself an ex-Muslim. I think Muslims don't respect Aisha because anyone who questions Muhammad's motives is automatically hatred. And this brings out why they can't answer that question, because she should be automatically hated, right? Because she said that Muhammad was a pretend prophet. But at the same time, Aisha is supposed to be the mother of the believers. And they're supposed to view her as as their own mother. So it's a kind of damned if they do, damned if they don't situation, which is why they can't provide any answer to it.
Right, and that's one of the main reasons, like political reasons, of course, especially with the first four caliphs. But that's why the Shia Muslims reject and they basically hate Aisha with a passion, because, you look at these problematic texts in the Hadith that she states, and I think that the Shia Muslims did a smart thing and just said she's a liar, we can't trust her, and we'll have our own set of hadiths that are way more problematic than what Aisha said, but at least they did one thing and got rid of Aisha. So
all right, with those introductory notes aside, we'll get into the actual topic, which is God as Logos versus Allah as will.
All right. Yeah. Okay. So let us jump in. Right. So obviously God is Logos or Logos. Allah is will, as Thaddeus said. Now, the devil's greatest trick. Now, we've all heard this statement. The devil's greatest trick is, well, we'll discuss that in a moment. This is Marilyn Manson. As you can see, well, you get the picture, right? So he said here in his book, The Long Hard Road Out of Hell, page 164, what nearly everybody in my life had misunderstood about Satanism was that it is not about ritual sacrifices, digging up graves and worshipping the devil. The devil doesn't exist. Satanism is about worshipping yourself because you are responsible for your own good and evil. Christianity's war against the devil has always been a fight against man's most natural instincts for sex, for violence, for self-gratification, and a denial of man's membership in the animal kingdom. The idea of heaven is just Christianity's way of creating a hell on earth. Now, understand that there's a very common saying that comes out of the Satanist camp, which is, do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. So in other words, do your thing, be free. Free yourself from restraints, do what makes you feel good. It may seem benign, but this idea of just do what makes you feel good is actually a satanic imperative. Now, of course, in moderation, right, it might be neutral, it might be good, but unfettered by any proper morality, you actually start to do things that are will, and thus you impinge on the freedom of others, you impinge on the rights of others, and you start to break moral law. Now, this popular saying originates with Aleister Crowley, right, who died in 1947. It was in his infamous Book of the Law, and the word of the law is thelema. And he says, who calls us Thelemites will do no wrong, if you look but close into the word, for they are there in three grades, the hermit and the lover and the man of earth. So the hermit, the lover, and the man of earth. Now, the man of earth, notice that with Marilyn Manson, you've got this base man that he speaks about. This man is just an animal. There is nothing beyond, nothing to strive for, nothing above you that you strive towards, that you aim towards, nothing that guides you. However, what we're going to discuss today is that do what thou wilt is the whole in the law. Not the whole of, but the whole in the law. So yeah, Ostruth, I'll let you take from here with what you wrote, because I think it's really, really well written.
Yeah, thank you. So as I was reading this, I was thinking about the movie called The Usual Suspects from 1995. There's a pretty famous quote in there he says, the greatest trick the devil ever pulled was convincing the world that he didn't exist. Right. So this line actually comes quite a bit earlier. In 1864, a similar line was spoken by a guy named Charles Baudelaire. I don't know how to say it. I'm not French. And then even earlier than that was John Wilkinson. They said essentially the exact same thing. And I think that is one of the tricks that the devil pulls, but perhaps a greater trick that the devil ever pulled was not as much convincing the world that he didn't exist, but rather convincing people that they are gods themselves. This is truly the root of all evil. And we read about it in the very first book of the Bible in Genesis chapter 3 with the original sin. So Satan's most convincing and tempting statement was to promise that if Eve disobeyed God by eating from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, that she would be like God. It's this idea that we can become God or be like God or be God, right? So Satan convinced moral and ignorant people that they could make correct decisions, right? So we have the knowledge of God, and that somehow we, being limited in knowledge, just knowing a general sense of good and evil, somehow we would be able to make good, all-knowing choices, right? But the issue with that is we are not all-knowing. We're not omniscient. We don't know everything. So the choices that we make might seem right at the time, but we don't know the consequences on down the line. So this is what I'm seeing in today's world. More and more people are becoming atheists, secularized, right? They are convinced that they know what is best. They are convinced that they are gods. And as a result of that belief, they think and worship themselves. And within themselves, they're worshiping those cardinal animalistic desires, just like Marilyn Manson was saying. Right. So Lloyd already said this. One of the satanic commandments says, if it feels good, do it. More and more today, our society is based on that. If it feels good, if it seems right to you, then you should do that. And regardless of the logic behind it, that is morally right. That is morally correct, even though we don't know the consequences of our actions. So sneakily and covertly, Satan has convinced billions of people to worship themselves and to make them believe that they are merely animals, that we should follow our instincts, make our own morality. And after all, in this mindset without a God, there is no actual right and wrong. It's a subjective thing. And so if it's subjective, I'm the subject, I am God, I'm the animal that desires this particular thing, and I have the capability of making it come to life and manifesting it, then what do we see? Look on the news every single day. So what they're trying to tell you is that you're merely an animal with godlike powers, right? And like I kind of alluded to, unfortunately, this explains the world as we know it. Satanic beliefs have a way of convincing people that the Christian church is really the problem. So the quote from Jesus, take up your cross and follow me, to a Satanist or a secularist or an atheist, right? They're all going to take it in the same particular way. That sounds like an attack on them. They're going to feel that their animal instinct, their godhood is being questioned. Who are you to tell me, a god, an animal driven by instinct, that I can't do whatever I want to do? Right? So sacrificing to them, sacrificing their time, their resources, their emotions for some sort of greater good that's beyond themselves, sounds like you're attacking them. You're attacking who they are and what their beliefs are. That's directly the opposite of them self-satisfying their own animalistic desires. Their lifestyle is void, right? Because in a purely emotional state, you're void of rationality. It's void of logic, and it's centered fully on their fulfillment of their instinctual desires. Since they believe that they are gods and that there is none greater than them, they function based on that, on their temporal whims, whatever they want, whatever their will is, they go for it, they get it, they desire it. And in that sense, as Lloyd said, that's complete chaos. There's no order to their actions. Besides, it is always self-serving. This is quite the opposite of the true triune God, right? The true triune God is the eternal and all-knowing one who laid the foundations of the earth, who fine-tuned the universe with dozens of universal constants that maintain and sustain all things. The order and depth and design of the universal laws discloses the very nature of our Creator. Not only is God omnipresent, omniscient, he is also benevolent. He not only knows all things, he not only knows what is good, he is goodness himself. He is love. He is perfectly love. No, not only in self-service, but also in shared selfless love. As finely tuned that our universe is, so too is the moral goodness of God and how he has finely tuned our morality. So I don't have, for an example, I don't have to be a rocket scientist to fly on a rocket, nor do I have to be a quantum physicist to experience quantum physics. Likewise, I don't have to fully know God in order to experience him. All I need is faith, and faith in his goodness and faith in his love to follow his commandments. I can follow Jesus and I can take up my cross and follow him. And this is a logical statement. So the funny thing about this Satan guy that we're talking about here is that he has an awful lot in common. Follow your desires, follow your animalistic wills. You are your own God. He has a lot in common with this pagan moon god known as Allah. Satan functions on selfish will, and as we will see, so does Allah. They are gods of chaos, and the true triune God is not a God of chaos, but rather a God of order.
All right, thank you. Yeah, very well stated. Yep, it is.
Yeah, that was beautiful. You need to clip that out and set it to some animation, and I think it'll be a viral video. And that was some great stuff there. Arnold summed it up, and everyone did what was right in his own eyes equals chaos. And that's what we're going to be talking about a lot today, is the difference between Allah, which is inherently chaotic, and the true God, Yahweh, which is inherently ordered.
Right. Yep. So, guys, I've just got a couple of notes here that Thelema, we say in the prayer, in the Lord's Prayer, and it's a common theme, Lord, thy will be done, not my will be done. Right. Now, Thelema and Thelema means divine will. It means personal inclination, personal desire, personal pleasure. Now, this, I think, would encapsulate Muhammad very well. Someone who claimed divine will, someone who followed his own inclinations, someone who followed his own desire, and someone who sought pleasure. Now, notice in Islam, imperfect man is the viceroy of Allah on earth. They've got to implement the Sharia. So this imperfect man is expected to administer Allah's perfect law perfectly. And with imperfect knowledge, as A.T. told us, how can we know that what we're doing is perfect? Shouldn't we leave that for Allah? Why are we doing it here on earth? So, and then also, final point, there's a fantastic book written by M. Scott Peck. He became a theologian. He was a psychologist, a practicing psychologist. He decided to become a theologian, and he chose eventually, he was looking at Islam, Buddhism, and Christianity. Eventually, he became a Christian. He decided to have the most highly developed moral system, right? And he wrote the book, The People of the Lie, which has a subtitle, which is Towards a Psychology of Evil, because he believed that while evil may have supernatural aspects, he also believed that obviously it has practical aspects, patterns in our lives, patterns in our behaviors, in our thinking. And he started to identify this within his patients. And he started to say that, look, there's something about the way that they think. And he stated very bluntly, he said that he believed from his clinical research over decades that those people who descended into psychopathy, those people who descended into dysfunction of a permanent nature, who became what he felt was evil, people had a gut reaction to these people as something wrong. It's like when your dog really hates someone, you know, that kind of creepy factor. He stated that these people, they followed their will. He said good people submitted themselves to an outside source of authority. So a good person would say, what would my mother do in this situation if they greatly respected their mother? What did my father want me to do? What would Jesus want me to do? What would God want? They submitted to some kind of outside source of authority that they looked up to. And he said this meant that people did not make themselves the arbiters of truth and right. They would think, and they would look at a standard and see if they could meet that standard. Whereas people who turned evil, he said, were the arbiters of truth and right, and they would do what they wanted. They followed their will. And this led them down the path of evil. So I'll close that there and I'll continue. Right. Now, Crowley's first wife, Rose, she saw a demonic vision in Egypt in 1904. She said, they are waiting for you. Now, she saw a demonic vision, not a holy vision, a demonic vision. And then they decided to go and visit Egypt. He who was waiting was Horus. And this is Rose Crowley, the Great Beast, in her book. At the Cairo Museum, she said, there he is, seeing an image of Horus painted on a wooden plaque. It was exhibit number 666. Whether that's true, who knows, but it's a great myth, if not true. Crowley summoned this higher power, and a book was revealed to him while in a trance. I am the snake that giveth knowledge, the spirit said. So, I am the snake that giveth knowledge. To worship me, take wine and strange drugs, whereof I will tell my prophet. This is in the Book of the Law, chapter 2:22. And the message from the demonic spirit, as Crowley wrote in it, is to do what you will, to do your own thing. This man is one of the major Satanists of the 20th century. And it told him to do what you will. Now, hold on. There's something very interesting I will bring up here in a moment. Let me go here for a second. This is a little bit unusual. So, darn it. Excuse me. What just happened here? Excellent. Notice he just mentioned a snake, right? He just mentioned a snake. So I am the snake. Well, look at this interesting hadith. This is from the Book of Faith, Sahih Muslim. Clarifying that Islam started as something strange and will revert to being something strange and will retreat between the two masajid. Okay, so notice Islam started as something strange and it would again revert to its old position of being strange just as it started, and it would recede between the two mosques just as the serpent crawls back into its hole. That's an odd thing to say about a holy religion, a supposedly holy religion. Islam would retreat like a snake crawls into its hole. That's an oddity. Any comment from you guys before I close this and go on?
Well, if you read the book of Revelation and you know about the serpent and the dragon and that is Satan himself, you're going to see a hair-raising similarity between what this is saying, right? 1,000-year or devil is reigning and then he's cast into hell for a period of time, and he's called the serpent. So I think it's very interesting. And then the story that you were saying earlier on the slide before this, it fits. I mean, it whether or not the guy was just saying it or writing it just to, for shock value and to sell books or whatever, it fits right in line with who Satan is according to the biblical text. And I find that to be eerie, to say the least.
Right. So the message from the demonic spirit is to do what you will, do your own thing. This is a hippie new age idea, and it conforms to our concept of the satanic. So Satanism teaches that the highest authority is the self. You become your own god, as A.T. very aptly pointed out. And he tells readers how to gain worldly fame and fortune through devil worship, selling your soul to the world, effectively. So this is the Book of the Law and the Book of Lies by Aleister Crowley, right? I haven't read these. I think I can do without that in my life, but... Thelema. So the word thelema is the English transliteration of the Koine Greek noun will. Okay, thelema, will, from the verb thelo, to will, to wish, to want, or to purpose. So he wrote that he had received the Book of the Law dictated to him by an entity named Awas. Do you guys know of any people that had a book dictated to them by an entity? Anyone?
I think I do recall a certain prophet of a certain religion saying that he was receiving dictations.
Right, and this was to
maybe I can't quite recall his name though. Maybe AT can help me out there.
Well, I can think of two people. I can think of the guy who founded Mormonism. Right, he got a dictation and a revelation from an angel that nobody ever witnessed before. And then there's this other guy from, I think he lived in Saudi Arabia, like around 600 AD. Muhammad, is that his name? Yeah, Muhammad.
Yeah, I think that rings a bell. Thanks.
And then it would definitely be Allah, who is, this evil spirit being.
Okay, well, fine. Keep well, there you go. So this book is to serve as the foundation of the religious and philosophical system he called Thelema. Crowley identified himself as the prophet of a new age, the Eon of Horus, based upon a spiritual experience that he and his wife, Rose Edith, had in Egypt in 1904. So, yeah, okay, well, Muhammad had a wife too. By his account, a being that called itself Awas contacted him through Rose and subsequently dictated a text known as the Book of the Law, or Libral Vel Legis, which outlined the principles of Thelema or Thelema. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. Now think, if there's going to be conflict. If everyone does what they will, there's going to be conflict. There's going to be violations of people's rights, people's liberty, people's will. So this will lead to chaos, meaning that adherents of Thelema should seek out and follow their true path, find or determine their true will. It sounds really nice. In practice, it is disastrous. So some major sources. So I'll be using the Blue Letter Bible, obviously the Reliance of the Traveler, the world's most famous Islamic law manual, Sharia manual, and this article by God is Logos, Allah as Will by Father James Schall on Pope Benedict's Regensburg address. Now, I'm well aware that a lot of people are going to say the Catholics are satanic. Please fill in a hurt feelings report, drop it in the chat. I will place it. I've got a round file under my desk where I place those. My maid will throw it out with the rest of the trash in the morning. So, right. Now, Regensburg. No, I'm not a Catholic. Just everyone always asks me this. No, I'm not. So, on September 12th, 2006, Pope Benedict XVI spoke at the University of Regensburg. He highlighted the Christian understanding of God as Logos. It's a fantastic article. It's well worth reading. It's really worth reading. Excellent ideas there. So he quoted a 14th century Byzantine emperor, Manuel II, that said, "Show me what Muhammad brought that was new, and there you will find things only evil and inhuman, such as his command to spread by the sword the faith he preached." Now, as you know, a pope can only be replaced when he dies. This pope is still alive, yet he's been replaced. This has not happened in well over 500 years. This happened after he criticized Islam. He was deposed as pope and replaced. And I think that's a really disturbing thing that happened there. So they claim that he stepped down for health reasons. This is obviously not true. So keep that in mind. Now, Pope Benedict added that violence is incompatible with the nature of God and the nature of the soul. And he said, Islam and Christianity are two religions with a universal vocation. It is normal that there be frictions. Cardinal Taran said at a press conference, according to Lacroix, but the difference is that we propose, they impose. We use logic, we present ideas, we discuss. They impose by force of will. Right? So please keep your thoughts about the Catholic Church at bay for this. Let's just look at the evidence that is presented here for this purpose. Now, God is Logos, therefore God is reason. And if you guys want to chime in at any time, just say so. So Benedict's aim was not to champion reason alone, but what he called ratio recta, right reason. For instance, there's another portion to this where, for instance, let's say you say, okay, what is the gay GB? Okay, you guys have all heard of the gay GB, right? Okay.
Are you saying KGB or gay?
The gay GB, not the KGB. You've all heard of the gay GB, right?
You're going to have to inform me.
It's like the KGB, but they promote this agenda.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I see.
They'll get you canceled if you disagree.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Hey, Thaddeus, I hope you get a new channel, buddy, because this is getting taken down. Good job.
Sorry about that. So understand, they have a saying, love is love. Love is love. You know, right? Love has no age limit, right? Think about that. Mm-hmm. This is virtue without restraint, virtue without reason, virtue without borders, virtue without being constrained by lawfulness, by studies. Maybe you can express this, but think, love is love, which means that pedophiles, little children are fair game.
Yeah, I mean, right? If you follow the logic consistently, there's not really a lot that you could argue against.
Yeah, and then, but there's no definition. It's a circular argument. Love is love. So
exactly. But there's differences in love. There's love for your dog. Mm-hmm. There's love for your houseplants. There's love for your mother. Love for your wife. Love for your child. Right? Love for your friends. These are different. And these are constrained by certain obligations, rules, limits. There are rules. God is reason. There are rules. There are limits to this. There's also justice. Right? So you can say love is love, and these can decide that they want to get cozy with your 3-year-old. The problem is that this is not just. So every virtue must be countermanded by another virtue. So what they have is they have virtues without justice. Does that make sense, Thaddeus? Or can you define that better, or AT? Perhaps maybe explain that in more articulately than I did.
I'll throw it to AT.
Well, I don't think we could do it a more articulate way than you. It's just an insane, irrational thought process with no definitions, no order to anything. So there has to be some degree of order or foundation or bedrock in order for there to be logic at all, in order for there to be anything at all, because chaos breeds chaos and chaos does not breed life, but there is life and there is something that gives order so
Yeah,
that life can flourish as we
yeah.
know it.
So as I said, these people who want to take advantage of little children, they'll say, "But it's love, it's love, it's love. What's wrong with love?" No, but there needs to be justice. There needs to be
Mm-hmm.
reason. There needs to be right reason, and that's what he's referring to here. So it was a challenge to the dictatorship of relativism he tried to confront and he tried to crush. This guy was the first pope to head on tackle the problems within the Catholic Church. He went after those priests who were out of line. This guy fired over 200 of them. And of course, what did the new Pope do? Threw his ass out the door, got a lot of those priests back. Okay, he turned that around. So clearly there's a problem here. But he was cleaning up, and they did not like that. So the Holy Father posed the fundamental question that lies behind the discussion about Islamic terror. If God is logos, it means the norm of reason follows from what God is. God is rational, God is logical. Things are because they have natures and are intended to be the way they are because God is what he is. God is order. So what is logos? So logos is Greek for reason, for the word, for speech, for principles. But it's not just principle in theory. This is principle in practice. Wisdom is knowledge in practice. So in short, logic. And we conceptualize this as articulated truth, not silent truth, but beliefs that are articulated, principles that are lived. Do you guys agree with that?
Yes.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah, I mean, it goes back through. I mean, and we're going to get into the Bible a little bit. You know, in the beginning was the Word was with God, right? We're going to talk about that, but we can also talk about wisdom as well in the Proverbs and how the word logos encapsulates all of those definitions that are wrapped up into the definition in the fullness of Christ Himself, who is God on earth. So this is a beautiful way of bringing us into that.
Yeah.
Before
It
you
also means
continue,
there's a moral. Sorry. Yeah.
go ahead, finish your thought.
Oh, no. This is interesting. Go on.
Yeah, so I want to bring up this comment from Ruth here. What is wrong with love? I'm not sure if this is intended to be a rhetorical question, but either way, it's a good question. And then she adds, love is a phrase used by the LGTB plus community so many times. Well, the problem, of course, there is nothing wrong with love. The problem is that love is being redefined, or love is poorly understood in our culture. We think of love as an emotion. We think of love as a feeling, where love is actually an action. Love, as defined by the Bible, is an action. Love is self-sacrifice for the benefit of another. When you are truly loving someone, you can't do them any harm.
Mm-hmm. And then Jesus
Well, love
tells
is a
us there
verb.
is no greater love than what?
Yeah.
What is no greater love than what?
That you give your life for your brother.
Your
But
friends, yeah,
also,
absolutely.
love, the word love is a verb. It is something you do. When they say love is love, this is love. Remember we spoke of earlier, thelema, this is will, but also personal pleasure, the pursuit of personal pleasure, personal gain. So these people want to get a little close to your 3-year-old because they want personal pleasure. They're doing it for their personal pleasure, not for the benefit of the other.
Mm-hmm.
So understand, this is a very different idea of love. This is based on will. This is thelema. This is not based on the will of God. This is immoral. This breaks the moral law. So this goes beyond what is reasonable. So in Greek philosophy, logos is related to universal divine reason, the mind of God. So the
Before
Gospel
you
of John, go on. Yeah.
Before you finish that, I just wanted to bring this up as well. In our culture, love is being defined as equivalent with sex, and that's a very accurate statement. That it, they use the word love, but what they really mean is, I, I have the right to love whoever I want. I have the right to have sex with whoever I want, is what they really mean when they say that.
So that is, again, unfettered, loose behavior. without any kind of constraints, without any kind of reason or logic attached to it. It is so basically having things that are supposedly virtues without restraints can cause chaos, right? What if a guy says, "I love my little horsey and I want to, have little baby horses with it"? It's a horrible thought, but think about this. This would be without reason. This is the kind of immorality that would occur. And so the Gospel of John connected this Greek term with the nature and existence of God and Jesus Christ, that they're both reason, they're both logic. So logos is broadly defined as the word of God, the principle of divine reason and the creative order. And so in our worldview and in our scriptures, it is truth conceived in the mind and expressed by language. So it is spoken, and it must also be congruent with your actions, with your life, with the way you live it. So identified in the Gospel of John with the second person of the Trinity, incarnated as Jesus Christ, our example to follow. The Logos become flesh, reason, good, logic, all of these things, the truth, become flesh, our example to follow. ATSC nodding your head?
Yeah, I agree with everything you're saying. And you were kind of going into some of the stuff that I was talking about earlier. If you guys are okay with it, I'm going to pause. I was writing down a thought that I
Sure.
might get to later, but since you already spoke about me, so just kind of looking back at the concept of love, and I don't want to harp on it too much, right? But the Bible tells us that God is love, right? We also know that God is eternal. We know that God is the living one, the ever-present one, the I am that I am. So by biblical definition, the word love is associated very, very closely with life. And so when we talk about love and what it means biblically speaking, it is something or some action that leads to life, right? So we can go on and on for days about, does this kind of love lead to life? Does this kind of love lead to life? But at the end of the day, I think we can define it pretty simply. Love leads to life. And if your love does not increase life or the number of lives, then it's something other than love. It might be a feeling masquerading itself as love, but it's not true biblical love.
Yeah, because look, God is forgiveness, but God is also justice. So God will punish you for doing wrong. God will forgive you, but God also punishes wrongdoing. So understand, so there's a balance. And unfortunately, and I don't mean the balance as in, we're not talking Star Wars here, but we must understand that God is also just, and there must be justice, there must be moral order. So there's a limit, and we do transgress. Sin is to miss the mark, it's to transgress.
Amen.
And there are limits. Suffer little children, right? So we cannot transgress these things. I'm not sure how we got into that particular example, but I guess it was just appropriate. So what is the Logos? Okay, so in the Gospel of John, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. So in Strong's Greek 3056, it's a masculine noun, a spoken word, a concept or idea, a decree, a mandate, an order. It's a moral precept. It's foundational to the substrate of the universe. The universe is constructed on this principle. So it's a weighty saying, it's an instruction. We have to be moral. We have to follow the Logos. So the root word, the etymology in Strong's G 3004 is to say, to speak out, to call, to tell, to affirm, a teaching, to advise, to command, to direct, to intend, to name. Think of the concept of takia, where you believe in your heart, but you lie on your tongue. We are not instructed to do that. We are instructed to speak the truth, to state our beliefs, to affirm with your mouth. If you believe in your heart and you say with your tongue, and you affirm that Jesus Christ is Lord, then you will be saved. Am I correct? I hope my theology was correct there, guys.
Nailed it.
Sweet, thanks. So John denotes the essential word of God, Jesus Christ, the personal wisdom and power in union with God. This is his ministry, creation, and government of the universe, the cause of all the world's life, both physical and ethical, which for the procurement of man's salvation put on human nature in the person of Jesus the Messiah, who is the second person in the Godhead and shone forth conspicuously from his words and deeds. So by the works shall you know them. So these works are important, but the works must also be in alignment with what you profess. Right. So the Gospel of John, and the Word was made flesh and dwelt among us. Now notice, Islam seeks to deny this. That is, the whole theology of Islam is the denial of Christian theology. The rest is politics. And we beheld his glory, the glory as of the only begotten of the Father, full of grace and truth. So the word, or the logos, even in Islam, is a reference to Jesus Christ. They may seek to redefine it, but it is a reference to Jesus. So John bare witness of him and cried, saying, This was he of whom I spoke. He that cometh after me is preferred before me, for he was before me. For the law was given by Moses, but grace and truth came by Jesus Christ. So the logos is not merely a name for the idea, but it is the idea itself expressed and articulated. So you've got the idea of the logos, which was expressed and articulated in the person of Jesus, but also it's the truth spoken. Remember, what is our Great Commission, right? To convert all, well, to preach the gospel to all men, right? To preach is to speak the truth, the good news to all men. So there's this concept of speaking the truth, which underpins our way of thinking, our worldview. Now, will is opposite to this. Will tries to manipulate reality. Logos seeks to align with reality. AT, you're nodding your head.
Well, I mean, if your will is founded in logic, right? If you're God, if your will is founded in logic, then your will is always going to be aligned with that perfect nature. But if you aren't God, right? Then your will is going to be all over the place, right? So one of the litmus tests we can basically look at when we're examining different theological perspectives, such as Islam or Christianity, is we can just see what is the concept of God in that religion. Is God consistent? Is his will consistent with his nature? Is it predictable? Is it understandable to a certain degree? Or does God have to abrogate his own words and contradict his previous revelations and say exact opposite things to what he had said previously, right? One of these is going to be consistent, and that's going to be the true God, and the other one is going to be inconsistent, unpredictable, and unknowable. And then that's going to be your false God. And you can use that litmus test for lots of different gods.
Yeah, the truth is discovered. The truth is not manufactured. It is not created.
Yeah, and I just want to, kind of reiterate what Astruth said, that this is consistent across all of the world's religions. There's a reason that science arose within the Christian world, and that's because Christianity alone expected a consistent natural world based on a consistent God. No other belief system really thought that way. Science had many false starts around the world where people tried to understand the world. One way they would do this is they would try to interpret various things to look for signs for the gods, tea leaves or animal carcasses or all kinds of different things. But in the end, they didn't really know what to expect because their God could change his mind at any time. He could will something different and reality would change the next day.
Yeah.
Well
True.
said.
Right. So let's look at Tertullian on the Logos. So Tertullian had a very interesting explanation of what the Logos is. He says, Observe then that when you are silently conversing with yourself, this very process is carried on within you by your reason, which meets you with a word at every moment of your thought. Whatever you think, there is a word. You must speak it in your mind. Thus, in a certain sense, the word is a second person within you, through which, in thinking, you utter speech. So, reason, you are finding the truth by having a conversation with yourself. You are speaking the truth. You are finding the truth, not manufacturing it, but seeking the way to the truth. And the word is itself a different thing from yourself. So you can think of this as part of the essence of God within you, the Holy Spirit within you. We are made in the image of God, the imago Dei, as the Catholics would say. Now, how much more fully is all this transacted in God, whose image and likeness you are? And he writes this in Against Praxeas 5. So essentially, he defines logos as that voice you hear inside yourself when you are thinking. Your thoughts, guys?
Let's move on. That was great.
I was going to say it's not the way we usually think about things, but it's a very valuable observation. Us Protestants, we typically neglect the church fathers. We think that because, they're associated with the Catholic Church that we can't have anything to do with them. But actually, when we want to look at what the earliest Christians understood, when we want to look at what the essence of the faith is, and resources like this are very valuable. And it also refutes the atheist claim that, Christianity wasn't developed until fully developed into the 3rd century or whatnot. And if you're only looking at the Bible and you're not looking at the fathers, it's easy to not be able to really answer that objection. There was 20 different Christianities and one just happened to win out. Well, no, not really. You look back and yeah, people had different ways of phrasing things. They had slightly different ideas. But the theology that we believe today is the same theology that they believed back then.
Word.
Right. And also it shows that there was a great deal of deep philosophical thought, reasoning that went on. So this was not, people love to claim that being a Christian means you're irrational. But this is very, very deep reasoning and very technical reasoning. If you read through the early church fathers as well, you start to see the development of the kind of thinking, the worldview we have today. It didn't happen overnight, it took a long time. And these arguments were what shaped the way that we see the world and the way that we think. Right. So what is the opposite of logos? So sophistry, which is subtly deceptive reasoning or argumentation. If you've ever had a discussion with a Muslim in the YouTube comments, you know exactly what we mean. So sophism is an argument apparently correct in form, but actually invalid, especially an argument used to deceive. Right? Sophistry has roots in Greek philosophy. The original sophists were ancient Greek teachers of rhetoric. Right? And philosophy, prominent in the 5th century BC. And oddly enough, within the development of Islam, at some point on Jay's channel, I will talk about how rhetoric and the Neoplatonists played a very strong role in the development of Islam and Islamic law. So in their heyday, these philosophers were considered adroit in their reasoning. Now, you've obviously had these arguments where these guys can shift the goalposts faster than you can kick, right? So, but later philosophers, particularly Plato and Aristotle, described them as sham philosophers, out for money, willing to say anything to win an argument. Might be familiar to some of you, willing to say anything to win an argument. Recently, when I showed that hadith about Aisha said Mo is a pretend prophet, Muslim told me, Muhammad was never married. He never had a wife called Aisha. I sent it to Thaddeus. I screen captured it.
You posted that somewhere, didn't you?
A couple like that, yeah.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, I was cracking up when I saw that.
Sunni Islam is not Islam. So what is then? Mm-hmm. And this is from a Sunni, not a Shia. So sophist, which comes from the Greek sophistes, meaning wise man or expert, eventually gained a negative connotation as a captious or fallacious reasoner. So captious means ill-natured inclination to fault find, to raise objections, apt to notice and make much of trivial faults or defects. They are fault-finding. They are difficult to please. Does this make you think of Abdul?
Which one's Abdul?
All of them.
Yes, absolutely. Them, yeah. To a sophist, winning the argument is what matters. It doesn't matter what conclusion you reach as long as you win. And that's the same thing that the Muslims in the comments most often, there might be rare exceptions, but
right.
Most often all they want to do is win the argument or waste your time. They have no interest in defining truth. And that's because they don't really think there is an absolute truth in the sense that we mean it, because reality changes based on the will of Allah. So you win the argument, you get someone to believe in Allah, and that's all that matters, because there is nothing else that is unchanging.
Well, and you're getting my mind going here always, Lloyd. So the whole sophist aspect of it, especially with the definition of captious, is that how you say there?
Captious.
The definition of it, right, is fault finding, to raise objection, always trying to find trivial faults or defect, right? Fault finding, difficult to please. That is the vast majority of how Muslims debate with Christians, is they are not defending their own position. They are not trying to rationally explain the Aisha, they're not trying to rationally explain any of these seeming issues. instead, their main goal and their main focus is to distract from their own
Undermine.
issues and then to attack and do the polemic against the Christian issue. And they will find Muhammad written in Song of Solomon, right? They will find these ridiculous, Lloyd, 2 years ago, we went through basically the handbook, right, written by Ahmed Deedat and all the quote unquote absurdities. And it's most of the things that are brought up are completely laughable, and they're twisting they're twisting not even an apparent contradiction to make it almost look as if it's an apparent contradiction. And I think this definition that you've given to us is it articulates it perfectly. So
Yeah,
thank
I think
you
it
again for
articulates
this.
the Islamic method of argumentation.
Yeah.
Their method of, it's actually, what do they call it? It's their method of, there's a word for it. It's not apologetics. It is, it'll come to me.
Well, there's dawa.
By the way, not dawa. There's an English term for it. The word will come to me, but it's a way of arguing. Disputation.
Disputation. Okay.
It's their version of that, and I think it's also the opposite of logos. It's the opposite of logic. It is designed to undermine, not find truth. It is designed to destroy the opposing argument by utilizing false means.
Right. Like we would consider that to be deceptive. We would consider that to be ill-natured, right? We don't think that that's a proper way of argumentation, but I would go so far as to say is they're trained to argue in an improper fashion. In
Islam, it has a name. In Islam, it actually has a name. So let me take that little word out that you don't want. So in Islam, it actually has a name called the adab al-jadal. This is what you would call this sophistry that we have here. Let me just move this out of the way. Captious, right? This sophist means of argument. In Islam, it actually has a name, and these methods are part and parcel of it. This is the formal name for it. Okay, that's actually I've discussed it in the past. Check my video with Thaddeus on the Islamic doctrine of lying. You will find it there. Now, sophistry is reasoning that seems plausible on a superficial level, but is unsound reasoning that is used to deceive specifically. And this encapsulates Islamic disputation to a T, really does. Now, sophisms are intended paralogisms meant to deceive. The term, which derives from the Greek word for wisdom, Sophia, acquired its pejorative meaning from Socrates, who denounced the hypocrisy of the sages or sophists, logicians who were both mercenary and pretentious. Right? The truly wise knew that wisdom, like truth, is an ideal to be sought constantly. They are therefore friends of wisdom. They are philosophers, right? That's Bernard Dupree, a dictionary of literary devices. Truth is not manufactured. Truth is found. Truth is discovered through honesty. You're nodding your head, AT?
No, it's beautiful. I'm loving every second of this.
Thanks, man. So I appreciate you guys coming on to talk about the issue. So sophistry, like poison, is at once detected and nauseated when presented to us in concentrated form. It is but a fallacy which, when stated barely in a few sentences, would not deceive a child, yet it may deceive half the world if diluted in a quarter volume. In other words, the lie will always have a little bit of truth to it. Richard Whately, Elements of Logic, in 1831. And as creeping ivy clings to wood or stone and hides the ruin that it feeds upon, so sophistry cleaves close to and protects sin's rotten trunk, concealing its defects. Try and point out that Muhammad wasn't perfect, and what are you going to get back? This is William Cowper, The Progress of Error. Your thoughts, guys?
Yeah, I think that, this is very... It sounds like you're describing Islam, or at least Muslim commenters on YouTube. And in fact, you're not, at least not directly. Because this is such a perfect definition of what they do. They take something that's kind of true and then they manipulate it and try to make an argument that sounds good on the surface. And I think we'll save it to the end, but HZ is demonstrating this in the chat right now.
Yeah, I was about to mention that.
Yeah, he thinks that he's making a good argument on maybe at a very superficial surface level. It works, but once you actually dig into it, which we'll do at the end, it does not work at all.
Well, someone mentioned that Safraz Hussein has been missing. I've made the same observation to you, Thaddeus, that Safraz has been missing in action. And you know what? So Franz is missing in action after that chat with Mary, yourself, and myself. He's gone very silent since then.
Hmm.
I haven't seen him for like 2 weeks. It's like, where'd he go?
Well,
So I don't know if he had a change of heart after that.
that's what I'm hoping. And one thing I'd like to add to this as well, right? So we're describing what sophists do. We're describing how Islam has apparently plagiarized sophistry into their own way of doing dawah. But the original sophist was Satan, right? The original sophist, when we read the Bible, is Satan. He takes God's words, uses them, and puts a slight mistruth in it, right? So it appears as if that's actually what was said, but it's not actually what was meant by it, right? We learn about this when Jesus has the temptations when he's led out into the desert. Satan quotes Psalm 91 to him. He literally quotes the word of God to him, but he's quoting that and misapplying it to the situation that Jesus is in, right? And Jesus overcomes him with, the truth. You should not put the Lord your God to the test. But I find it interesting just wrapping all of these concepts together, right? The sophistry, how the Muslims, how they've plagiarized sophistry, and how the original sophist was actually Satan himself. It really doesn't surprise me that I think, and a lot of people think, that Allah is actually Satan himself.
What he said, that's why we have him on.
Every once in a while, something smart comes out here.
No, actually,
today's easy. I barely have to say anything. You two are just nailing everything. So
yeah, hey, dude, we're on your channel right now, but you just sit back, all right? Why don't you?
No, actually, I need to thank Yeshua. Yahweh is in the chat, and he actually said, "Look, you need to get AT on." So you have to thank him. He was the guy that actually said, "Hey, look, we got to get AT on for this." So,
thank you, brother. Appreciate that. Happy to be here.
No, I mean, this is excellent. Your commentary and your opening monologue. I mean, yeah, well, what more can I say? How can we? It's brilliant. So there's only 23 slides in this. I know I normally do like 150, but there's only 23 slides, and we're on slide 15 now. So, and then I'll open it up. So Allah is a deceiver. Now technically Allah is not male or female, right? In theory, it's an it, right? Now, of course, if you go into the Sufis, they'll tell you at core Allah is a female, right? Male on the surface, female at the core, but that's a whole nother discussion for another time. But Allah technically is an it, all right? A rock in Mecca. But anyway. So the Christian God, Yahweh, cannot do contradictories. This is one of the essential nature of God. He cannot lie. He is truth. He cannot do evil. He is good. Right? He cannot do evil. He cannot lie. Okay? And of course, the Christian God identifies as male. He identifies as he. Okay? Respect these pronouns, please. Right? He identifies as he, him, just so that So now, if Allah is not logos but will, as Muslim thinkers hold Allah to be, and this is from the Muslim philosophical perspective, from their theological point of view, it means that the concept of logos places a limit on Allah's ability. God is limited. He cannot lie. God is limited. He cannot do evil. Allah, however, to place a limit on Allah is sin. That's haram, right? Mm-hmm. So, in other words, Allah could not therefore do everything if it cannot do evil. How? Allah is capable of doing anything and everything except coming to earth and having a son, except those two. But, sorry, Thaddeus?
Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but
you
ask and you shall receive. Saffraz is in the chat.
I was rubbing this bottle the whole time.
And there's the genie. We got him. Sassafras in the house.
Anyway, continue on.
So Allah could not do everything if Allah cannot do evil. And as we know, Allah is a makkar. Allah is a deceiver. Allah can lie. So to be logos would limit the power of Allah. And as we know, Allah is a deceiver and can lie. Thus, Allah is not Yahweh. This simple fact alone means that Allah is not Yahweh. Because God cannot lie, but Allah can lie. So let's have a look at the tafsir of the Quran, 354. Let's look at the word makkar or makara. So, and they deceived, and Allah deceived, and Allah is the best of deceivers. Not planners. He doesn't use Outlook to schedule meetings, right? he is right. He didn't do his PMBOK and he was planning a project. No, 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 no. He's not using Prince 2. No, that's not what we're talking about. They deceived, and Allah deceived, and Allah is the best of deceivers. Obviously, we know in Christian theology, Satan is the best of deceivers. Here they say, no, 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 no. Our Allah is even better than that.
Mm-hmm.
Ibn Abbas said, the deception of Allah is that when they increased in unbelief and sin, he increased their blessings until he pulled them into total recklessness. They brought immense unbelief and applied their heads to rebellion and misguidance. Then he took them little by little from whence they did not know. So he deceived them slowly and fully. However, Allah deceived these people. So we have confirmation that Allah is a deceiver. Now, of course, they have all these euphemisms plotted and planned. Okay, but understand that Allah deceived people. Now let's have a look at this term in the Islamic dictionaries. So let's go to the academic dictionaries of Islam and let's have a look. He practiced deceit, guile. He practiced deceit, guile, or circumvention. He desired to do another a foul, an abominable, or an evil action. This is what the term makkar means in the Quran. The makkar. Desiring to do another a foul, an abominable, or an evil action. So Allah can do evil as well. God, in the Christian theology, is good and does not lie. He cannot do evil. He cannot tell lies. However, here we have Allah lying, doing evil, foul, dirty, even abominable deeds to others. Your thoughts, guys, before I continue.
Well, Thaddeus, you're muted.
Yep, I had to find the on mute button there.
So Faraz is pretending that Allah is the God of Arab Christians.
Yeah, so I was in the process of typing a response to Safraz. Safraz, today we are not taking your distraction. You can address the actual points we're actually making, but we won't be going off topic and allowing you to distract us today. However, Nicholas is allowed to distract us because he gave a super chat. He says, "This trio, all of you, and awesome." Are awesome on your own, but the synergy takes it to another level. Please keep the band together. Yoko Ono is not allowed anywhere near you guys. Thank you very much for that super chat, Nicholas.
Yeah, thank you, Nicholas. That's awesome, man. Yeah, Yoko Ono is no bueno. We keep Yoko Ono away from us.
And then I also wanted to put this comment up, which isn't directly relevant, but it's too funny to not put up. So Safraz is Beetlejuice. We said his name 3 times, and then he showed up.
Say not 3, but he still shows up.
Right. So understand we have here other terms associated with the makkar, right? Because Allah is a makkar in the Quran, clandestinely, without his knowing. He practiced an evasion or illusion, evasive, right? Not straight. Let your yes be your yes, let your no be your no. We'll try and get a straight answer out of a Muslim, right? Apologist for Islam. A shift, an artifice. As we know, an artifice is effectively a lie, a form of deceit, an artful contrivance or device, a machination, a trick, a plot, a stratagem, an expedient. These are all euphemisms and these are all synonyms for to practice deceit, to do someone a dirty, foul deed. So hopefully, of course, as you know now, as we're going to find out from the Muslims in just a moment, every single Islamic dictionary is wrong except them. So, yeah. So let's continue. Let's look at another dictionary. He concealed a thing that he knew and told something different. In other words, he lied. This is what a makkar does. He concealed the thing that he knew. He concealed the facts and then told something different. In other words, he lied, right? He obscured it. He concealed it. Right? To withhold truth, to withhold evidence, right? Let's have a look at this one, the Habib Anthony Salmon, an Advanced Learner's Arabic English Dictionary. Let's look at makkar here. Prevented, but also deceived, wronged, defrauded, cheated, misled, confused, puzzled, misinformed, to lie to, right? Allah can lie to you. Allah is a makkar. Let's continue. A different dictionary, allied, leagued himself with, conspired with. Allah conspires, conspiracy, was tied, bound, made fast. In other words, to bind or bond the truth, attached himself to, right? But notice, to conspire, Allah will conspire against you. right? That is not a positive connotation. And they schemed, and Allah made a plan, and Allah is. So notice, let's look at this. This is the dictionary of the Quran. They planned to kill Isa, and they speak of here makaru. They schemed, they plotted, they planned, they had recourse to a ruse, a trick, passed from makara, meaning to deceive, to delude. Allah is a deceiver. So the Islamic God, idea of God, is a deceiver, a liar. Okay? So it also means he planned, he made a stratagem, but he deceived them. His plan was a deception.
Yes.
Right? So your thoughts before I continue, because I'll be finishing shortly. Won't be too long.
Yeah, Captain Yemeni's in the chat here as well, and there was one or two
Oh no, he
other
said I believe in
Muslims.
3 gods. Oh no, guys, I'm lost. Please help me here.
I wasn't going to pull up the specific comment, but that's fine. We will open this up for Muslims. Eventually, Lloyd may have to go. I'm not sure. But at least Ask Truth and I will stick around. And it looks like Mary might come up as well. So we'll make it open questions at the end. But we want to get through the actual material first rather than being distracted by such silly nonsense.
Yeah. Okay, so then I'll continue. So Allah does contradictories. Allah can lie. This is a vastly different idea of the essential nature. So you've got God, an essential nature of truth, an essential nature of goodness, but also justice, mercy, but also justice, true justice, good justice, right? So you've got Allah who can be anything, who's captious, who's able to change his mind at will, who does not have an essential nature, who is self-serving. So to worship Allah, it means logically one must be able to make what is evil good, or what is good evil. There are no limits upon Allah. Therefore, he can change his nature. That is, one can do whatever is said to be the will of Allah, even if it means doing violence as if it were reasonable. Look at the laws of jihad. Otherwise, we would limit the power of Allah. This is what the Pope meant about making violence reasonable. This different conception of the Godhead constitutes the essential difference between Christianity and Islam, both in their concept of worship and of science. This worldview completely alters how they function as a society. So in other words, evil can become good, violence can be seen as reasonable, right? That's why the barbaric Sharia can be seen as perfectly reasonable, perfectly normal. It can be seen as good, because to say anything that Allah does is not good is to sin against Allah. To say that Allah can only be confined into this box is to sin against Allah. You guys' thoughts?
Well, God is not a man that he should lie, right? I mean, we just go straight back to the biblical text that Muslims try to use against us. Hey, look, it says God is not a man. No. God is not a man that he should lie. He is not like a man that he should lie. But we see in these past few slides how Allah is a liar, or like a man, or in my opinion, a creature created by God, i.e. Satan, who is capable of lying, right? Whereas the true triune God is not capable of lying. So this is a great way to point it out.
Well, notice Satan can also do good in the service of evil.
Yeah.
How does this differ from Allah?
I don't see any difference, to be honest.
Yeah, so let me continue. Let me see where I am in terms of slides. So, okay, so let me see the mind. So the mind participates in the Logos. We are made in the image of God. So therefore, our mind participates in the Logos. We are made of the stuff of God, effectively. So Aquina says that truth is the conformity of the mind with reality. So alignment with truth. So this means that a reality exists that we do not ourselves make, because to make a reality is to manufacture a reality, is to impose your will on reality, to try to alter what is real. It is a reality that cannot be otherwise by our own will. It also means that God established what is, not we ourselves. Thus, if we are to know the truth, which is what makes us free, it means that we know what God created. In other words, we remove what sets us from seeing the truth. We take away, we don't add, if you want to think of it in one sense. Of course, so we need to be able to see what there is. So we need the tools to be able to see what is true. So any thoughts on that, guys, before I go on?
Not directly on that, but a super chat from Murray SWE, learning a lot of good stuff from your streams. God bless. I'm glad to hear that. That's why we're here. We want people to take this material. We want people to hopefully learn from it how to better talk to Muslims, because ultimately that is our goal. And thank you so much for the donation.
Thank you. Yeah. All right. So then, so Allah is the antithesis of logos. It's the opposite of logic, the opposite of reason. If Allah is pure will, then anything that is can be the opposite of what it is. So that nothing really is what it is. It can always be otherwise. Do you understand? This leads to chaos. AT, you're nodding your head.
I'm always nodding my head, man, because you're just crushing it with this stuff. But yeah, so all is pure will. Anything that he can do is the opposite of what it is. I can't remember exactly what hadith it was. I think it was a companion of Muhammad that says that he fears Allah's makr so much so that if he were to have 1 foot in heaven and 1 foot out of heaven, he would fear that Allah was really just deceiving him and that he would be thrown into hell. So one of the closest companions to Muhammad had exactly zero faith in the consistency and goodness and truthfulness of the God that he proposed to worship. So you're absolutely right. Allah is legitimately the antithesis to God himself, to the Logos. And I think this is another great way of pointing it out, buddy. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
And just to expand upon that, he understood who his God is. He understood that his God can just arbitrarily change his mind. Muslims today, majority have this conception of a scale of good deeds. You do enough good deeds, it balances out. That's totally foreign to the Quranic way of thinking. In the Quran, it's all about Allah's decree. You could do bad deeds your entire life, and if Allah decrees that you go to heaven, then you go to heaven. That's all there is to it. And likewise, you could do good deeds your entire life, and if Allah decrees you're going to hell, then you're going to hell. And that's all there really is to it. There might be, committing shirk might make you go to hell, or it might not, actually, because even though Allah says it's unforgivable, he elsewhere says that he can forgive it. So, you can't know one way or another. The only thing you can really do is hope. There is no confidence of salvation in Islam, at least if you properly understand it. And it's because of the nature of the law. He is arbitrary. He does things the way he feels like it, and that's all there is to it. It's will and nothing more.
Right. Yeah, so this is how Islam now claims to be the religion of warm peace, while people are terrified of criticizing it due to the risk of losing their heads. Right? Sorry. So, now ask any French school teacher or any satirical magazine cartoonist if Islam is the religion of peace, because it can be otherwise. It can change from peace to warm peace very quickly. Okay, so understand, this is the problem. There's no stability. There's nothing guaranteed here. This can change in an instant. It is capricious. It is captious, right? So, to continue, so Islam on good and evil, just to go into the Sharia, right? Now, remember, this is what the imams will go to university for. For instance, they go to Al-Azhar University, right? The seminary in Cairo, Egypt, which turns out I believe the largest number of Islamic theologians and imams in the world. They turn out thousands of imams every year. And of course, this is the most famous and respected Islamic seminary in the world, right? And of course, they've just become not real Muslims because I'm using a book that they 100% endorse as fully accurate Sunni Islam. So, of course, this means, and of course, I have Muslims constantly telling me that, well, the imams are wrong, right? The Islamic organizations are wrong. All the Sharia manuals are wrong, right? The hadith are weak. The hadith are false. But Islam is true, and we can only listen to them, their personal opinion. I don't get how that works. So we can't trust what the Imam says. We can't trust what the Imam's books say, but okay, fine. Now notice
Islam,
they speak of
Islam is the religion where everything is false. All the scholars are liars. No one has any clue what they're talking about. All the sources are false, and it's 100% true.
Exactly. Thank you for saying it so well. Right. So on this point, so now we're going to go into the Sharia with the Sharia definition of good and evil. Right. So this is the knowledge of good and bad. This is reliance of the traveler. And notice it's section A 1.0, so it's right at the beginning of the book. And it says they have the meaning of good and bad. They're going to define that for you. And they even speak of hadith evidence. So let's continue. It cannot be said that an act which the mind, your conscience, deems good is good in the eyes of Allah, or that whatever the mind feels to be bad is bad in the eyes of Allah. So in other words, you cannot listen to your conscience. You have to listen to what Islamic law says, to what the rules say. The premise of this school of thought is that the good of the acts of those morally responsible is what the lawgiver, who is, notice, synonymous with Allah or Muhammad. The two are synonymous. They are one. This is shirk. AT, you're laughing?
Allah and his messenger are synonymous with the lawgiver. So I think that pretty much explains everything. Can we shut down now? Are all Muslims going to apostatize at this moment to realize they're worshiping Muhammad the same way they should worship Allah?
Yeah, they are synonymous in the Sharia. They effectively one person. They speak with one voice. Yes. So notice this is effectively making, this is, as I said, he is the counterfeit Jesus. So, okay. So what the lawgiver, Allah's messenger, has indicated is good by permitting it or asking it to be done. Now, this is very important. What is good is what has been explicitly stated to be good, or what Muhammad has allowed people to do, or what he has himself done. So Muhammad is the example. So in other words, everything that now Muslims are not allowed to, they cannot criticize it. Muhammad is perfect. Anything Muhammad has done is therefore perfect. Muhammad has had people killed for criticizing him. Muhammad, as we know, slept with a young girl. So therefore, because he did this, this is good. This is not about conscience. This is about this example. And the bad is what the lawgiver has indicated is bad by asking it not to be done, prohibitions, right? The good is not what reason considers good, nor the bad what reason considers bad. Islam de facto rejects reason, rejects that voice, that logos, the logic that is inside you. It rejects that and it tells you to replace that. Good and bad, according to Islamic law, is the sacred law, not reason. They actually actively reject reason, logos. Your thoughts?
Yeah, there was a question in the chat as to whether reliance was up on the screen, and I put in chat that it was, but I'll go ahead and make that clear for the audience that's listening as well, that we are looking at the reliance of the traveler. We're looking at a very trusted Islamic source and getting this information from the source. We're not, this isn't Lloyd's opinion. This is the opinion of the scholars that wrote Reliance of the Traveler.
This is from the Mujtahids Mutlaq, the ones who founded the schools of jurisprudence. This is the ijma, the consensus of the greatest scholars in Islam to ever live. And they've said that this is the definition of good and bad. What is in the Sharia, the rules written by these scholars, is what is right, is what is wrong. Reason plays no role.
And just to be clear, in Islam, the consensus of the scholars is infallible because the consensus of the scholars defines truth. So this is Islam that we're seeing up on the screen.
Yeah, correct. And in fact, Arnold says reason abdicated, which is true.
Right.
Sorry?
There's a clip of a debate that Christian Prince was having with this guy. I don't know if you guys heard this or not. Christian Prince had him backed into a corner, and I'm going to paraphrase because I don't remember it exactly, but the guy basically said, if whatever Allah says to do goes against my brain, then I just take my brain out, right? And it's pretty incredible to hear a Muslim say this, and then it's really even more incredible to look at the slide right here and go, this is where, whether or not he knew this slide, this is where the concept comes from. My brain doesn't know anything. If my brain and my every part of my being says, something against Allah, then I just take that out and I only listen to Allah, which kind of rolls into the cult-like mentality that we've talked about before.
Yeah. Also, someone asked why was Safraz quoting Quran verses that were irrelevant. Now, just to briefly move off topic here, that is called ba'ina, right? Which means evidence. And there are other words like ba'inat, which is clear or evident. So it has connotations of clear, evident, okay? Evidence. So when they start spouting these things, They are presenting evidence. Evidence has a completely different definition in the West than it does in Islam. In these two, they have two different ideas of what is evidence. In Islam, the ba'inna is evidence that is the spoken word, but it is rhetoric that sounds beautiful. It's an oral performance because it is spoken with passion, because it sounds good. It is rhetoric. Because it sounds good, it is therefore beautiful, and because it is beautiful, it is true. So effectively, they've taken the idea that beauty is truth. So if it's beautiful, if it's ugly, it can't be true. Therefore, if you say something nasty about Muhammad, it's ugly, therefore it cannot be true. So understand that's by inna, they're giving an oral performance which defines truth. Also, notice they make a big deal within the Isnaites, for instance, of the character of someone. Okay, so part of ba'inna, of giving evidence, remember they say if you have two witnesses or four witnesses or two witnesses or a witness, there's always the story about a witness or two witnesses, because the character of the witness carries authority, right? So for instance, few of you will realize that in Da'if Bukhari, you may have heard of the guy, he wrote the book collection called Da'if Bukhari. He was a miracle worker. Why did he commit miracle? Why did he work miracles? Well, because this shows his great character. He's blessed by Allah. Therefore, he could not have spoken falsely. If you have good character, you must be true. Everything you say must be truth. Understand? So this is how they define evidence. It is not written evidence, is not evidence in Islam. It's the spoken word which sounds beautiful, the character which seems good. And they will embellish your backstory to make you look nice for that purpose. Right, so let me finish off here. So Islamic law, obey the ulama, you maggot. So the Prophet said, the superiority, okay, whoever Allah wishes well, he gives knowledge of religion, and that would be the scholars. Have you consulted a scholar today? I've heard that before. Maybe you have too. So let's go to the works of the scholars. We're looking at it right now. The superiority of the learned Muslim over the devotee, that's you, Safraz, that's you, is as my superiority over the least of you. So the superiority of the learned imam is over the lay Muslim. Safraz, that's you. So the scholar is as high above the lay Muslim as Muhammad is over the lay Muslim. That is the status of the scholars. A single learned Muslim is harder on the devil than 1,000 worshippers. You see, so people do not realize that prayer, for instance, in Islam is fard al-kifaya. It is a communal obligation. In other words, it's not a personal, private thing. Yes, it is that too, but a single learned Muslim who prays carries much more weight than 1 billion lay Muslims. Therefore, the word of the scholar and the action of the scholar carries a lot more weight, carries a lot more, shall we say, influence on Allah. Let's look. The superiority of the learned Muslim, the imam, the scholar, right, the ulama, the alim, over the devotee is like the superiority of the moon over all the stars. And notice, why do they choose the moon? Not the sun, the moon. Could it be something to do with moon religion? But hey, let's not quibble. The learned are the heirs of the prophets. Now, Safraz likes to say, I'm not a scholar. Well, then you're not the heir of the prophets, are you, Safraz? The prophets have not bequeathed dinar nor dirham, but have only left sacred knowledge. And whoever takes it has taken an enormous share. Now, whenever I share the sacred knowledge with him, Safraz denies it. So I don't know. He's obviously not favored by Allah. Right, let me continue. Scholars are the heirs of the prophets, while devotees are not characterized as such. The devotee follows the scholar, being led by and imitating him in worship and other acts, obeying him being obligatory, not the other way around. Just thought I'd let you know that this is how morals are passed along in Islamic law. This is how this is how this works, not your own mind. Follow that of someone who's been indoctrinated before you. Listen to what someone else tells you. So any comments on that before I go to my final slide?
Just going back very slightly, you were talking about how it's all about beauty and rhetoric and
the
whatnot.
the ba'inna.
Yeah, and that's a perfect description of what we see in practice, that it's all about making sure that Muhammad looks good. It's all about making sure Islam looks good. That is the one central doctrine, if you will. It's the only thing that actually matters. Any specifics, those can be negotiated. The one thing that can never be negotiated is that Muhammad and Islam look good. Notice I did not say Allah, because Allah is unimportant.
But
That is true. Yeah.
it's interesting how all this stuff wraps up into slander, right? You want to make it look beautiful, and how slander is, Lloyd, as you know better than any of us, slander is basically saying something that might be a lie, or it might actually be true that somebody wouldn't like, and that would be considered slanderous. So even if you say something true about Muhammad, and we all have witnessed this before, right? We bring it up all the time. Muhammad consummated a marriage with a 9-year-old little girl, right? That's in all of their sources. That's from Aisha's own mouth, that little girl whom he consummated it with. And then that is somehow, right? We're quoting their authentic Sahih sources. Somehow that becomes offensive. That's slanderous to Islam. But all we're doing is saying what's true. And then, people get attacked for that. People get, harassed over saying those particular things. And it's interesting that you were saying about, speaking something beautiful. They will only accept it if it sounds good. Whether or not it's true doesn't matter. If it sounds good and makes us look good, right, to whoever we're speaking to, right? And this is where the logic comes into play. There is no logic. It's just individual based person. We're going to appeal to this one person in this particular way. We're going to appeal a completely different way to this completely different person. So at the end of the day, people who get sucked into Islam, they've probably not been presented anything remotely having to do with Islam. And that's how you get started in cults.
Right. No, true. It sounds good. It doesn't have to be true. It sounds good. Sorry, just off the topic, someone asked me if there's anything else with regards to the moon or something like that. I just want to bring you to this term, atar, here, trace. As a technical term, it denotes a relic of the Prophet, i.e., his hair, teeth, autograph, utensils, for instance, to have belonged to him, okay, and impressions of his footprints. Now, atar, someone asked, is also happens to, just by sheer coincidence, don't quote me on this, just sheer coincidence, the name of a pagan moon god, or star god, sorry, pagan star god. The pagan star god, Attar, is the sun. Okay, so the moon and the sun got together and had kids. Attar is one of their kids. He's the star god, is the main star god. Okay, don't forget, in most cultures, the sun is male, the moon is female, right? But in a certain culture, I won't mention the name, they flipped around. The moon is male, the sun is female, and they have kids. Okay, Muhammad is born on, now, well, Muhammad split the moon, right? Very important, right? And of course, even in Islamic culture, Monday is the day of the moon. It historically derives from Moon Day. Muhammad was born on a Monday. He died on a Monday, right? The day of the elephant was on a Monday. If you look at this, there's like a dozen references to critical events, major events in Muhammad's life that are all on a Monday because it's all moon related. But notice here, in astrology, Attar is also, remember, it's the name of a god, the star god, okay? The offspring of the sun and the moon. Is also used as a technical term in the theory of causality with reference to the influence of the stars on the life of the human. But notice within Islamic theology, okay, so Attar is considered as higher beings possessing a soul. In Islam, the stars have souls. This is consistent with the stars being the offspring of the sun and the moon god, being the children of the sun and the moon. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, what more can you say other than how can anyone look at this and not see paganism written all over it?
Yeah. And the Quran is divided into earth letters, wind letters, fire letters, and water letters, and sun and moon letters. Right? The sun letters and moon letters, like, okay, that's interesting. Yeah, exactly. There you go. So let me end off my final slide, guys. So Jesus says, I send you as lambs among wolves. Right. Well, maybe he didn't quote it exactly like that. But in Matthew 10:16, we have, behold, I'm sending you like sheep in the midst of wolves. So be shrewd as serpents and as harmless as doves. Okay. What is behind the attack on reason or the refusal to admit that God is Logos is already a suspicion that the church is right about intellect and the conditions for intellect. Okay. Unfortunately, we have no guarantee that reason will be freely accepted. We have to fight for this. It took a long time for this view of the world, for this right reason, for this idea of truth as an objective reality grounded in the Logos, grounded in God and as part of our being, right? This voice inside us, this part of the Holy Spirit inside us, that took a long time to establish. We must fight to maintain it and fight to promote it. Okay, and we are sheep in the midst of wolves. There are people that are looking to tear down that edifice. We need to be clear about what we are facing, the enemy we are facing. So we are naive to think that Christ was wrong when he warned us that the world would hate us for upholding the Logos and the order of things that it implies. We need to understand we're going to fight against resistance. So notice here, this is from a discussion on Islam, of course. The discussion with the Jews and the Christians concerning their religions and an exposition of their faults and shortcomings. The Madani, the Medinan verses, sought to invite the Christians and Jews to Islam primarily by exposing the corruption in their books and beliefs, and by explaining the true teachings of Moses and Jesus. So this tells us that the purpose of Islam is to bring the opposite, the antithesis of Logos. And we are then accused of being faithless to God and of being treacherous to God. We are treasonous in our abandonment of the will of God. But understand, so they are the antithesis of Christian belief and Christian way of thinking, Christian doctrine. So the Christians, for example, okay, are told that Jesus preached pure monotheism, and the Jews are told to reflect upon their own religion. Now, this goes way back in Islamic history. So they are to tell us that this is what we have to believe. They have to enforce this upon us, and they're opposing the Logos. Only Allah knows the past, and of course, every Muslim in the comments section. So, yeah. Okay, so one of the primary purposes of the stories in Islam is to guide the remnants of the previous nations to the truth. Okay, so all those amazing stories in Islamic literature, well, those are designed to guide you to the truth, to convince you, because the stories are beautiful. They are ba'innah, they're evidence. They sound good, therefore they are true. You should just bow down and worship Allah. So Jews, Christians, even Hindus all claim to be monotheistic, but the trinity of the Christians and the paganism and idolatry of the Hindus make it obvious that such a claim is false. The Jews, perhaps closer than many other religions to monotheism, so they're not even claiming they're fully monotheistic, attribute to their God forgetfulness, weariness, and ignorance, amongst other things, and do not have a firm set of spiritual beliefs. This is an attack, again, on this Judeo-Christian value. But don't notice when they say that God got tired, when it says God rested on the seventh day, it doesn't say God was exhausted and needed a break and a Kit Kat. To rest in Old English just means to stop doing something. So understand, this deliberate, willful misinterpretation. Now notice the opening of the Quran says, not the path of those whom you are angry with, nor those who are astray. Allah is angry with the Jews, and he is unhappy with the fact that the Christians are astray. And the Prophet clearly explained that this is the opening verse of the Quran, the Fatiha, the opening, and it clearly explained that this refers to the Jews and to the Christians. We are astray. You are going to be constantly under assault. You've been smeared, you've been defamed. You need to know what you believe, and you need to fight for it. You need to promote it, defend it. You need to be able to explain it and understand why you have this belief. The integrity of the prophets is denied by the Christians and the Jews, who ascribe, amongst other crimes, the crimes of murder, incest, and drunkenness to the prophets of Allah, allegations which Islam vehemently denies. All the prophets were perfect, therefore Muhammad had to be perfect. Prophets couldn't be imperfect, only Jesus was perfect. Abdullah ibn Amr found 2 loads of books of the Christians and Jews. The books formed the basis of the many of the Israeliyat narrations. These are actually hadiths that originally Islam had lots of Jewish hadiths, which were removed. None of the companions used these narrations as sources of knowledge, because the Quran is explicit that the Jews and Christians tampered with their respective scriptures and changed the divine revelation. They're stating here explicitly that they did not use these old original scripts. So that's why Islam is filled with loads of Gnostic and heretical literature. Therefore, it is impossible to ascertain which facts they added and which are still intact. They're simply just saying, look, this is all wrong. And of course, and there we end. So guys, so this is the smear that they place upon us, right? And yeah, and of course, Muslims have to obey. This is the doctrine of taqlid, unquestioning obedience. I'm not going to go any further with that. But yeah, guys, that is me. I'm done here. And those of you who want, look in any of my description boxes, my recent videos. You'll find a copy of Reliance of the Traveler and much more. And yeah, I suggest you download it. And of course, you might find it very interesting. The meaning of Logos in the prologue of John's Gospel. Very interesting article. And get a copy of Reliance of the Traveler and read that. And that's me done. Thank you, guys.
Yes, clapping is appropriate. That was
Thank you.
quite a presentation.
I'd stand up, but I have on weird pants. So, I just put on the top
I might not be
here.
wearing pants. This is Zoom, right? You never
And
know,
just,
right?
and that's why we're here up, man. Otherwise it's just it's a little bit
Don't
weird.
tilt those cameras down, now, do we?
No, we do not. We keep it here up.
So we have several comments that I want to address throughout, but I'll start with this one from Captain Yemeni. This was left just recently, and he summed this up accurately for us. He said that we hear and obey. There is no room for doubt when it comes to the Quran or any other aspect of Islam. And he's absolutely correct. And there's no room for doubt. That means there's no room for reason as well. It's just blindly hearing something and obeying it. You're not allowed to think about it. You're not allowed to consider it. You're not allowed because why? Because doing that will lead to doubt, and doubt is forbidden. He is correct. As usual, Captain Yemeni is happy to tell us all about true Islam. He doesn't try to hide it, unlike a lot of his comrades in the chat.
Right.
We had a comment from the famous Nadir Ahmed. He said that he would love to be on the show defending Islam, but I don't think Reason the Answers is interested in that. We'll open up the chat very shortly for anyone who is interested in coming up. Nadir did say that he has an appointment in 10 minutes, so he won't be able to join today, presumably 7 minutes now. But we will be happy to have him on another time. We open up every stream, and it looks like I'll be in touch with him via email. We also had a super chat from Resurrecting Truth. God bless you all. I pray that he continues to use you guys. Great work for the kingdom of God. Thank you very much for that, Resurrecting Truth. She is an ex-Muslim who recently started a YouTube channel, and I'm working on getting her on this channel as well. So search out Resurrecting Truth. She's put up like 3 or 4 videos so far. Check those out. And look forward to her being on this stream later to share her testimony and possibly become a continuing contributor to the channel. We have a comment from Osin, I guess. Lloyd is hitting it out of the park. Great work, Lloyd. A comment from Sheikh Spear. I'm not sure how you pronounce it.
He's Shakespeare.
Oh, Shakespeare.
Yeah, but he's a
thank
Shake,
you. Thank you for clearing that up there. So, Lloyd, you have a great chilling voice. I could listen to you for hours.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Another comment, great discussion. Islam had a civil war, the Mutazilites versus the Hanbalites versus the Ashurites. Reason / Logos against will. Reason lost, and science died in Islam. It's been downhill for them ever since. And that is a completely accurate statement, and that might actually be something that would be worthwhile doing a show on at some point, looking at the evolution of Islam. You know, we're told that Islam just came out of a vacuum, that Muhammad received these revelations, and the same thing he said and from 610 to 622 is exactly the same thing that we have today. Not remotely true. Islam changed its ideas over time, and there was disagreement, and as was pointed out here, reason lost out. It became hear and obey instead. Just a couple more here. RJ said Allah said maybe 279 times in the Quran. What kind of all-knowing God is this? I can't confirm that number, but I have no reason to doubt it either. And that's a very good question. If a Muslim comes up here, I think that might be the first question I ask you is, what kind of all-knowing God is saying maybe this, maybe that? I don't know.
I was on Clubhouse one time, and this Christian and this Muslim were debating, and the Christian said something definitive, right? And the Muslim, so are you sure? And the Christian said, "I'm not Allah. I'm not the God of maybe." And I just thought that was hilarious. And so when you brought that up, I just started thinking about that story.
Absolutely. So a couple more comments, and then we'll open up the stream. Let's see. In Islam, if you criticize or curse God, there is no punishment. There might be a punishment, but it's definitely not as severe. So just to clarify, there may be a punishment, but it's certainly not the death penalty. Like if you criticize or curse Muhammad, it's the death penalty. And there's definitely no death penalty for cursing Allah. Questions from the legend. Questions will get you killed. The oafs that came up with this copy and paste nonsense pretending to be a religion knew it was nonsense, hence why questioning is forbidden. Islam equals cult. Super chat from our Kitsune. God bless you all and thanks for the great work. Thank you very much for that super chat.
Dude, you're raking in the super chats today.
I know. This is the most super chats I've ever had in one stream.
Yeah. Thank you. And thank you everybody for that. Like, so just as a starting up YouTuber, the amount of work that goes into it, the amount of equipment, cameras, software to be able to run and do all this kinds of stuff, not to mention the time that it takes away from you, your family, even sometimes your work. Your super chats are probably the most important thing of the super chat is their motivation, right? It's you demonstrating that you appreciate the work and effort that goes into this type of stuff. But then it also allows for us, Thaddeus specifically, Lloyd specifically, to dedicate more time and energy and effort into the quality of research into the videos, which, as you can clearly see, these guys have done already. It helps motivate us, and it helps allow all of us to spend more time so we can deliver greater messages, not just to you, but also to those who are seeking the truth, and that they can find it. So thank you everybody for the super chats. Thaddeus, I expect 20% payout.
Yeah, and guys, before I forget, we want to get AT up to 1,500 subs, right? So if everyone can go to his channel, sub there, make another account, sub again. Actually, maybe not that. Get your mom to sub, get your friends to sub. Okay, so please go to his channel, check it out, and give him a subscribe. All right.
Thank you.
Sorry, I wanted to leave that one aside. A couple of real quick questions just for you Lloyd. Did those books, meaning the Aleister Crowley books, or something similar to that, influence Nazi Germany? Do you know?
That's a really tough one. They may well be, because they did have a strong occult practice within. Okay, so the Nazi Party arose out. I don't have the notes in front of me, but there was the Thule Society, which was established by a theosophist, Madame Blavatsky, amongst others, right? So there was a whole series of connections there. So this was this occult society, which was joined by many high-ranking Nazis, including Adolf Hitler. And this party there's also a connection to a Muslim who took over the party. And it was after this Muslim took over the party and influenced Hitler, they became very close friends at one time, and he became a strong influencer on Hitler. That's shortly after that Hitler transformed this group, this occult society, into the Nazi Party. So this occult society, I mean, I've got the notes, I've discussed it before, I can't remember very well, so I may say the wrong thing here. But there is certainly a very strong connection to, one, Salafi Islam as well as Sufi Islam, which both have influenced him. And of course, this was an occult organization. Of course, we should note that these Muslims do claim that they are the original Freemasons, that they founded Freemasonry, that Freemasonry is just a pale offshoot of their original Freemasonry. So yes, there will be some kind of, shall we say, occult connection, as well as a very, very strong Islamic connection.
Absolutely. Another question, easy one for you. Is the Encyclopedia of Islam available at Amazon?
No, you don't. You get it from Brill.com, Brill. You can get it off my archive. So the links, go to any of my videos, go to the description box. It's like $40,000 to buy, or you can rent it for $5,000 a year. So yeah, maybe you don't want to do that, because none of us has that kind of money. So it's a very, very worthwhile resource.
John 629, are you guys the new Act 17 apologetics super group? I bring this up as another chance to plug my website for those who didn't see the start of the stream. Pinned comment there at the top to check out my mission statement at reasonanswers.com. I wrote that before David had proposed the supergroup idea, but you'll see in that I have a vision to unite the apologetics community to allow us to be more collaborative, to allow us to accomplish more together than we can apart. So I'll be moving forward with that regardless of what else may happen. So then last question before we address the Muslim comment earlier. Ruth said, why do Muslim scholars say Muhammad is the best example for humankind? Don't they know the truth about this guy, or are they trying to deceive on purpose? This was made pretty early on, but based on today's presentation, you might have a better idea, and the answer is they believe in Islam in some sense, but yes, they absolutely are trying to deceive us on purpose as well. Any thoughts you guys want to add to that one?
Oh, no. I've spoken a lot about that. It's illegal it's the death penalty to state that Muhammad is less than perfect, because Muhammad replaces Jesus. If you go to the Reliance of the Traveler section P75.2, it states that you must love Muhammad with more than your love for your wife, your children, your possessions, your parents, and you must be willing to give your life for him. So Muhammad must be loved above all else. In other words, you will love the Lord your Muhammad with all your heart and all your mind and all your strength. It's taken straight out of the gospel.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
This Robert Cummins guy is talking right out of his out of that part of his anatomy. I mean, this guy, I don't know who he is, but Abdul, you really need to get your facts straight. You honestly do.
Yeah, if you're referring to Robert Cummings, there's this, we suspect it might be Alonzo. I did check, the account is quite old. It was created in like 2016. So it could theoretically be a different person.
Start recycling.
But regardless, the comments are not relevant. They're not on topic. They will not be addressed. I have posted the link for anyone who wants to come up and talk to us. We will be done at, in 26 minutes, rather than to give a time and it be ambiguous. We'll be done at the bottom of the hour. We'll have a hard cutoff then, but we have 26 minutes for any Muslim who wants to come up and ask us any questions on any subject. We'll start with this question from HZHZ. A triune God is a rational God? Yeah, right. Logic dictates that the Trinity either leads to three separate goes or three partial gods that together form one God. So
look, you can have one government with executive, judiciary, and legislative. It's still one organization. There's three parts. They work in harmony.
Well,
for instance, if you want to think of it in that sense, of course, that we don't want to talk about modalism. We don't want to get that, but really, things are threes.
I mean, without making the stream 6 hours long, I mean, there is a tremendous amount of coherent contemporary scholarship that goes into the logic of the Trinity and how it is in fact a logical explanation of who God truly is. One person I would point you to is Bo Branson. I think he does a really good job. Some people don't like Catholic or Orthodox or something like that. He is an Orthodox theologian, but he does a really good job at breaking down the different Trinitarian models, how some of them are in fact do have some issues with them. Some of them solve one issue and don't the other, but there is in fact a Trinitarian model that you can completely make logical sense of. I just can't give it to you in an elevator speech like this.
Maybe we'll have a stream just looking at the doctrine of the Trinity.
Yeah, if I can add something, because I'm a little tired of...
Yeah, go ahead, Lloyd, and then Mary, you can both answer this
thanks,
question.
Mary, welcome. I mean, if God created reality, he stands outside of reality. A fish would think that God is another fish in the bowl, but no. God stands outside of the bowl. He's independent of those rules. Why would he be so small as to fit in the same bowl as you? He would stand outside and beyond your rules. So therefore, he can break the rules that you are familiar with. So you are looking too small. Allah is a rock encased in wax in the corner of the Kaaba that loves a kiss and a cuddle. But Allah also has no body, has no physical presence, cannot come to earth, but is on earth, but cannot come to earth, but also has a shin, one shin. It's a deformed God with one shin, but has no body, but has one shin and two right hands. Makes perfect sense. Makes absolutely perfect sense. And also, if you look at maths, 1 times 1 times 1 is 1. So you guys are, so basically, Islam can only do basic maths, basic first grade maths. Well, we've evolved past that. We can actually do multiplication. Okay, so maybe you guys need to upgrade to multiplication. I'll leave it at that.
Well, what I find incredibly funny is that they pretend that, oh, this whole Trinity thing is so confusing, like as if argument from stupidity is a valid argument, right? I'm stupid, I don't understand it, therefore it doesn't make sense. I mean, try that on relativity, quite frankly. But there actually is a requirement for a multi-personal God, because every system that existed before Christianity that had a monad, so a monad is absolutely required in a certain sense for creation, because you have to have the unmoved mover, and that unmoved mover must in fact be simple. You cannot have a compounded one unmoved mover with parts, because then that being would not have the necessary requirements to be that first cause of all other causes. Okay, if you look at every other system, whether or not it's Gnosticism or it's Hinduism or Buddhism or even the Chinese systems, their ultimate existence being the source of all law, order, etc., it is always unconscious, unknowing, unfeeling, unsensing. It is not a sentient being, because if all you have is one that is undifferentiated, to be able to have differentiation, you have to have the observer and the observed, right? You can't have a perfect one doing anything within itself. It would require something outside of itself to have that existing. That's why you have like this kind of unconscious force suddenly spinning off consciousness. But then again, just logically speaking, you can't have unconsciousness give rise to consciousness. That's also just a logical contradiction. And so they try to solve that in the Gnostic system by saying that which comes from the one monad creates this distinction within the monad, right? So that there can be this conscious thought. But still, you're suddenly having consciousness arise in time, so the monad itself is undergoing change, and it's no longer the actus purus and the unmoved mover. It's now moved in a very fundamental sense. So in the Trinity, what you have are the three locuses of consciousness: the knower, who is the Father, the known, who is the Son, and then the act of knowing itself is the Holy Spirit. And that is a way that you can have a true distinction in a true oneness. And that very act, and if you read Thomas Aquinas, right? The actus purus, that one act is the act of pure intellect, which is the act of knowing. So it is that one act, and Thomas Aquinas makes a really important distinction. He makes it clear that that you can talk about the Father in one sense being the origin of the act, but because he is the knower, but is an eternal act which self-actualizes God himself. That is the act of pure intellect. And all the else that arises from the creative act of God, outside of himself, making creation. But God knowing himself is God himself, is God's being. That act is his being. In Western thought, in Eastern, they try to make a difference between the being and the act of being, which does not exist in Western Christianity. But it is the only way to make a conscious, knowing, intelligent God is by having those distinctions.
Well put. And I think we can probably have a stream just looking at the philosophical arguments for the Trinity another time to put this in terms that HZ can actually understand. How many, what am I holding up? 5 fingers? 1 hand? What do you mean they're different in number? Things can be different in number at the same time, and that obviously a hand is not an analogy for God. I'm just demonstrating that number alone is not a good enough reason to say that this is logically invalid.
Yeah, there can be no distinction in God's being. So, no, he's not pieces of God. I know that you guys have a God who's made up of all kinds of different parts that get glued together, but there are no pieces in God. That's just not rational. That's not reasonable.
So Mary, you're a bit loud. Someone in the chat made that
is that better?
comment.
My headset is incredibly loud, and I already had it moved somewhat away from my face. Is that better?
Yep. Yeah, I think that's probably pretty close to the same volume. He never returned as the source says, great to hear Mary again, our voice for justice. And there was another comment from Mel. Mary is cutting edge, and we're always happy to have Mary on. Unlike in Islam, we acknowledge that Mary has at least as much intelligence as the rest of us three. Mary is very, very much a good person to have on here.
I acknowledge that I'm inferior in intellect to Mary.
Ishak said it a different way. God is under no obligation to make logical sense to tiny human beings deal with it. He could perhaps be referencing Ali Dawa here, who's like, it doesn't have to make sense. Nothing has to make sense. Islam's true. That's all you need to know is that it's true. It doesn't have to make any sense. And then I had the idea that, hey, this could be turned into him talking about the Trinity. And lo and behold, Islam Critique did exactly that. Then he made a video where he's like, I found this amazing explanation from this top scholar about what the Trinity is. And then he plays and he's like, you can't understand with your little brain. God is bigger than your little brain.
Yep.
And the irony is that he was arguing about the wall of dual carnane, something that there should be a logical explanation for why it doesn't exist, why no one can find it. Very different than the nature of God. But he's saying, well, we don't understand Allah. Maybe he's hiding it somehow. You stop using your brain. Just accept that it's true. And
no, I mean, and I think, that's an interesting point. I know it's kind of out of a joke, but yeah, I mean, I agree to some degree. Like, we obviously cannot fully comprehend the God. We can only barely be able to do it, but there does have to be some way to be able to test and to, as my name suggests, ask, seek, knock, and to believe that God will reveal himself to you. And one of the best ways to be able to do that is to recognize the order within the universe and the order in which it displays to us the nature of God and the mind of the creator of the entire universe, to have in mind each and every single little detail down to the atomic level, all the way out to the expanse of the universe, to the gravitational forces and the pulls. And I could go on and on forever about these types of things. And the Bible itself, says his thoughts are greater than ours, his ways are higher than ours. Like, there's no way that our minds could possibly comprehend. But as Islam Critique pointed out, and you reminded us of Thaddeus, is what would differentiate someone? How could you select any particular religion at all to decide what is true and what isn't true? What that idea leads to is Satanism, right? Selecting yourself as the Almighty God, and you just get to do whatever you want. We can go to 3 million gods, in Hinduism. We can go back to even if it doesn't make sense, we follow. I mean, that's clearly it's an absurd absolute position to hold. I mean, there is some degree of logic that goes into all of this, and we have a mind for a reason.
Yeah, absolutely. To be clear, I wasn't suggesting that our minds can't comprehend God, or that he doesn't make logical sense. And I don't think Ashok was doing that either. He's kind of
Right.
making fun of Ali Dawa there, or at least making fun of the Muslim perspective, even if he wasn't intentionally referencing him. But I do think that we can understand God from a logical perspective, and as Ask Truth pointed out, there is top level philosophical papers written on this subject, and people who are experts in logic, people who do this for a living, they debate finer points, but they don't say that there's some kind of logical contradiction here in this idea. What we do struggle with is struggle with not understanding it logically, but picturing it in our mind. Mm-hmm. But any Muslim would agree that you can't picture what God is like in your mind, or at least they generally will agree with that. Some might actually go with that he has 2 right hands and a shin and whatnot. But generally they'll say, we can't conceive in our minds what God is like. And in that sense, it's inaccurate. We only have people who are beings that are one personal. That every being we know of is a one personal being. So we have trouble understanding what that means, picturing it in our mind, but we can see logically there's no contradiction, there's no problem.
Right. And before we go on, Mary, unmute yourself, Mary.
Yep, sorry.
I miss talking to you. It's good to hear your voice.
Hey, I haven't seen you on Clubhouse for a long time.
I've been hiding. There's too much drama, man.
There's been drama recently. I'm just like, let's not do the drama.
My life has been much more peaceful.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I just avoid the drama rooms 9% of the time. I'm like, that's a drama room, I'm not going there.
Yeah.
Oh, let's start my own room.
There you go. A lot less drama here on the YouTubes.
Yep.
So Nicholas asked if Lloyd bugged out. Well, he didn't bug out. He told me in advance that he might have to drop off. He's in Central Europe, so 6-hour time difference. It's nighttime for him, and he often has to work early in the morning. So he needed to go.
That's literally why I said I'd come on. Because he had already said that he wanted to go, and Safaraz was like, "Oh, he's scared of me. He's scared of me." But you notice that Safaraz is scared of me. He didn't. He disappeared as soon as I said you can come up and talk to me. He was gone.
Indeed.
He's so scared of me.
Well, what ended up really happening? What happened? You that was nice of you, Thaddeus, to say something nice about what Lloyd did before he left, but he called us all infidels and screamed Allahu Akbar, and then he got off. So, that's the real story. If you guys want the real truth, that's what happened. But you just go with he pre-told us that he needed to go to bed because he has a life. Whatever you guys want to believe.
So, God having hands, we have a comment down there about God having hands is not a contradiction. Yes, it is. God cannot have parts. It is completely impossible for the creator of all things to be made out of a partial being that's glued together with pieces that are different from each other. So that disqualifies Allah from being God, just on a fundamental metaphysical level. He has portions of himself that are dependent on other portions of himself, so he's made up of pieces. And so these pieces are incomplete. Some pieces are stronger than others. they're different than others. So what you really have, rather than one God, is what amounts to like fractions of God, like a transformer type of God. It just doesn't hold together. And if you had any kind of philosophical understanding, which being a Salafi you don't, you'd know that. And that's why Salafis cannot and will not use reason or logic or thought, because by reason, logic, and thought, unless you're like a 5-year-old who thinks that God is a bearded dude in the sky, right? That as soon as you start using an adult sense of reason, the Allah described in the Ahadith and all the sources cannot fulfill the requirements for the one God. It's just not possible.
Yeah, but Mary, let's be honest with each other. God really is a man with a beard in the sky. I don't know why you would say something otherwise.
Well, you know that Allah actually wears underwear, right?
No, but I
Yes,
know that now, and I'm not going to even question you on it. It's
He
a fact.
absolutely wears underwear. He wears a loincloth in one of the ahadith, and the primordial womb that Allah has created comes up to him and grabs his loincloth, right, around the hip, grabs him around the hips where his loincloth is, and asks him for like a boon. And he says, I will make a boon with you. Those who sever you sever themselves from me. And so that is a boon that he granted this talking primordial womb, this uterus. I guess it's the fallopian tubes that reached out and grabbed Allah. Can you just like picture that? 2 fallopian tubes reaching out and grabbing Allah
from my anatomy class.
underwear.
It looks like a reindeer or something, right?
Right. So it's like the little arms are the fallopian tubes. That must be what, and it's just like floating there, like one of those, the beholders that you kill whenever you play RPGs, right? It's like a floating beholder, and the little fallopian tubes reach out and grab Allah. That's a story Muhammad made up because he didn't know what Rahman meant, and so he had to make up an etymology for it. It's awesome.
That's was that pre-existing? Is the primordial womb, was that created by Allah to grab his loincloth, or was that something that was also co-eternal alongside Allah?
Well, it does say after he finished his creation, the primordial womb came up and grabbed him. Okay, so it could have been created. However, his throne may not be created. His throne may be co-eternal with Allah, which means that his throne is also Allah, because that if anything's eternal, it's God. So, yeah.
All right.
So Ask Truth does want to get off here in a couple minutes, and we would definitely want to respect his time. Thank him for coming on today. It was a great discussion, and we appreciate that. Mary, would you like to hang around a few minutes longer?
I would love to hang around a few minutes longer. And no, the persons are distinct, but they are not distinct in being. They're the same in being. There's one being of God, and the persons are, you can think of them as a locus of consciousness. So in a human being, whenever you observe yourself, you're able to essentially create a virtual person because you are imperfect, not fully knowing, not fully aware of your own self. So the part of you that's thinking about yourself is not exactly the same as the part of yourself that's being thought about, right? You create a virtual person to be able to do this in your mind. And you create these virtual distinctions. Well, God is perfectly knowing. He has perfect intellect. And so there can be no virtual distinction because he doesn't have the flaws, the incompleteness, the imperfections that would allow such distinctions to exist, which is why all the other monads in every other system they have no consciousness. But if you create true locuses of consciousness that truly exist as centers of consciousness, not in a place in the being, right? But as just pure centers of consciousness, then you do have true distinctions in personhood and no distinction in being. So to be able to be self-actualized as a thinking and cognizant being, that is actually a requirement for God. That's exactly what God requires. And we can talk about, prepositional calculus and how to have a system of logic, you require basically 3 variables too. So that's how you have the completeness, the logical completeness that comes from God, by having these 3 full distinctions and this semantic completeness and this closure and this basis for reason and intellect and knowledge, and all of those things can be real because of this very distinction.
Word. And were you listening to Bo Branson's stream like 3 or 4 days ago? Because you said almost exactly what he said.
I have never actually even heard of him.
Okay, yeah, he's I think he got his degree from Notre Dame, and he wrote his dissertation on like logical issues with the Trinity and how to solve them. But he literally said exactly what you said regarding God. If we can think about ourselves, right, the thought about ourselves is different than the self in that sense. I didn't say it well, but it's basically what you said. But he gives that exact same analogy and how that necessitates a plurality. He was specifically talking about father son in that interview. But it's
right.
It's an incredible thing. And before I get going here, guys, I am going to jump off. Just one other thing regarding the Trinity. I had a debate with someone about this, and one other way, especially with Muslims, to focus on it is to focus on how the Trinity is greater than Tawhid. And it's simply greater than Tawhid because God is love, right? And then when you really start to do the philosophical thought of love and the highest existence of love, right? You have self-love, you have selfless love, you have shared love, and those types of things. And what that does is it ends up being greater than the concept of Allah and Tawhid, and B, it actually makes a lot more logical sense in a philosophical way. So I just wanted to kind of leave you guys with that.
Yep, but before you jump off, I want to say that I really appreciate you saying that you're pointing out that the Trinity is greater, because one video idea I've had for a while is would be titled roughly the God who is greater, explaining the Trinity to Muslims,
Right.
Because Allah is incapable of loving. So you either have to say, before he creates, to be clear, and he's incapable of loving before he creates because there's no object. So you either have to say that love is not a great making property, or you have to admit that Allah is not great.
Yeah, exactly. And that was exactly the theme that I went. So if you want to sit through 2 hours of Yahya trying to comprehend and argue with what I said,
you poor thing.
That. Yeah.
So thank you for coming on today, Ask Truth. Everyone should be sure to check out his channel. There's a link to that in the video description, and we will have him on again soon.
And we're still going to have to do Finding Nemo.
Yeah, I was about to say that. He and I are going to have a series called Finding Nemo very shortly. Obviously playing off Finding Nemo. We will be looking for Muhammad in the Bible. There are the opening words to Nemo or something like that. There's 50 billion fish in the sea, and they're looking for one individual. The opening words of the trailer, I should say, not the movie itself. And that's kind of what we have here. We have billions of Muslims looking for just one word about Muhammad in the Bible, and they don't seem to be able to do it.
Yep. But good talking to you, Mary. Thaddeus, thank you so much again. For the record, Lloyd, goodbye. Allahu Akbar, back to you. Hopefully your jihad goes successful and you come back to us in one piece.
Yeah, I wonder if he's going to actually watch the rest of this. No one tell him.
He's not. He's definitely not going to be watching it.
He's never going to watch it.
He's never going to know. And then to everybody out in the chat, man, God bless you all. Jesus loves you as you already know that, and I look forward to being on more streams with everybody here in the future.
Thank you for joining.
Yep. See you guys.
Day.
Okay, so I want to clarify a few things here that folks are misunderstanding a little bit. Okay, now, I am certain that Bo Branson does not believe in a distinction of being within the three persons of the Trinity. Now, what the polemist contention is that there is a difference between the being of God and his eternal energy, which means his eternal act. Now, if you are a Thomisist, and I'm kind of riding the Thomisist line, okay? A Thomist, rather. I don't know why I said Thomisist. Thomist line. If you understand what Thomas Aquinas says, the eternal act is the exact same as the being, and there is no distinction between them. So, if you have that view, you do not make a distinction between the being of God and the eternal energies of God versus the temporal operations which are created in our creations. Now, one thing that the distinction, essence energy distinction tries to grapple is how the Son has made the unknowable Father known to us, right? So there is this degree of hiddenness within the being of God. And so how will our participation with the being of God, how will that work in sanctification and also in the beatific vision, as you say in the West, or theosis in the East, or glorification if you're a Protestant, right? How does that work? Now, the East emphasizes that hiddenness and will label that the essence versus the eternal operation, which is what you can participate in. Now, I can see that kind of hiddenness distinction within a more classical Thomas Aquinas view, in that it is the known that is known, not the knower. So the being is known through the known with participation with the knowing. You know, that's why we have the Holy Spirit. He's the knowing, right? And we have participation with the known through the knowing. We don't have direct participation with the knower. The knower is the one who knows us. So in that way, there is still that kind of degree of hiddenness in God. If you are even in the West, you can still have that distinction. It's labeled differently. And I don't really buy Polemus. I will read more. And I think I'm now like, the name Bo Branson is rattling around my head. And I do think that he is Eastern Orthodox, I believe, right? So no, God does not have, God has different parts only for Eastern Orthodox, who say that the eternal energy is not in fact a part. There is one essence, but the eternal energy is something else. And it's a real distinction between essence and energy, but the essence is still exactly one. So he is not made up, the essence does not have real attributes within it as you have in Islam. There's no real distinct attributes. God's love and his mercy and his wrath and everything else is the same. Now, if you're talking about God's love, that is the act of his intellect. Just like we talk about, he's an understanding person. Perfect understanding and perfect intellect is identical with perfect love and God and perfect goodness as well. God's intellect has those qualities, being flawless in their quality and everything else. So yes, the energies are distinct from the essence, but there's only one essence is in the East. Just so you know, there's still only one essence. Now,
you got to stop reading his comments and responding to another comment.
I'm sorry. I'm reading ahead. All right. I will now let you drive. You drive. Sorry.
No.
You see the candidate pop up.
No, it's fine. So Yusuf said that he, meaning Branson, believes in real distinctions within God, and then he said just like Muslims. Well,
No.
at least thank you for admitting that Muslims believe in real distinctions. And then I think you kind of addressed this, but he doesn't. So to be perfectly clear, I have no idea what Bo Branson believes. And it's irrelevant what he believes. What we're defending is, correct Orthodox theology, correct by Orthodox, small o, in traditional Christian theology here. So
Yeah, and he also, if he's in the Eastern, God's uncreated energies, there are no distinctions within the energies, and there are no distinctions within the essence still. The only distinction that exists in is the uh energy, the eternal energy, because there are plenty of created energies. Everybody agrees that God does things and stops doing things. That would be a created operation, right? But they just draw a distinction between certain the uncreated energies, which are, there's no distinction between all of them. There aren't pieces of uncreated energy, the uncreated energy and the uncreated essence. That's the only distinction that they have. And they just say that the energy is not the essence, whereas in the West, they say that the energy is nothing, or the essence is nothing except the uncreated energy. The uncreated energy is what we call the essence. It's identical with the being. So that is something that would be said there.
So Safra says, Mary, stop chatting rubbish. He just came up, so we'll put him in the stream in a second.
Goody.
But I want to clarify here. Safra, there's a difference between something you don't understand and something that's actually rubbish. Mary is speaking at a level that is beyond your comprehension. I understand that. Maybe she can break it down into smaller terms for you. But before we bring in Safraz, I think that this statement of Yusuf kind of gets to the heart of the issue. He says we believe in distinct attributes within the essence of God, and Christians wouldn't disagree with that. And we believe that God has multiple different.
No.
Attributes.
We would disagree with that.
We
absolutely agree that there are distinct attributes. So,
can I finish? Okay, fine. You object to the word distinct, but we agree that God has multiple attributes. So my question to you is, what is the difference between having distinct parts, having distinct attributes, and having multiple compatible attributes?
So God, in the classical Trinitarian view, there is no distinction between God's love, God's knowing, God's power, God's whatever. Those are just terms that we use for that one act of intellect that is God, right? So those are nominal distinctions, not real distinctions. So according to, I assume that he's not a Salafi over here, Yusuf. Well, no, he is a Salafi, because he keeps saying that Allah has hands and is not saying that's metaphorical. So I'm not sure how the Salafis just are not supposed to make any sense out of anything. So they say things and then don't really have any pieces for them. Yeah, it's just because Reason Answered has not read really heavily on the Trinity. It's not something. It's complicated.
We weren't disagreeing.
I was
just.
Yeah.
I was trying to draw out the difference between Christian understanding of God and Islamic understanding of God. And because I wasn't versed in the exact terminology Mary wanted to use, I used a term she objected to. But I wasn't actually saying that, there's a separation between different attributes of God, that they're incompatible with each other and they exist in some kind of conflict. Talking about
and if you're talking about the Islamic God, he has a piece of him that is his wrath. That's part of him. And then he has another piece of him that is his mercy. And these are glued together within his dhat, right? So he has a dhat, a being, which is essentially glue for his mercy, for his wrath, for his knowledge, for his power. And all these things are like little marbles sitting in the jello of his dhat. And they're totally different and distinct and self-standing. So his mercy is like just mercy, and it's self-standing mercy. Whereas in the Christian view, whenever we talk about God's mercy and his power and his justice and the rest of these are nominal distinctions. God's essence is singular. You can't take a piece of him and say this piece is his wrath or his mercy. And it is explicit in the Maturidi and Ash'ari view that you can do this. So That is, I mean, it's just an odd way to think about God being made up of parts like a Lego creature or something, but that's how they think about it.
So Yusuf is trying to illustrate what we were talking about throughout the stream about how, Muslims just want to dispute, how it's about winning arguments, about how it's not about facts. I already clarified that Mary objected to the term I was using, not that we had different theology, but he tells me, I was disagreeing with you and I'm being delusional, even though I was only trying to ask a question. Somehow I was disagreeing with you.
So, yeah, Thaddeus, could you cut off a piece of God, and that piece is God's mercy, the Christian God, and not his wrath or anything else. His being has a discrete portion, which is his mercy.
No.
Yeah, that's just a totally foreign idea. The reason that Allah is made up of parts is because of it's an extension from Muhammad assigning him hands and eyes and everything else. They went, oh, well, that's attributes. And whenever you say I, you mean all-seeingness, although Yusuf is completely inconsistent and cannot decide whether or not he's Maturidi Ashari or he's Athari, but whatever. And so they can't, because they have to make sense of these things, it turns into your Lego God, essentially.
So, this will be the last thing that we say on this issue, and then we'll get Safraz in here to see what he wants to talk about. But, Yusuf is playing games. He's trying to trap me. Thaddeus, is God's knowledge identical to his power? Are power and knowledge the same thing? So this is where, the term, you're playing games with the words, right? You're trying to say that because two things can be described in different terms, that they have to be separated from one another, that the knowledge is distinct from power, that they have nothing to do with each other. And that doesn't even work with normal human beings. So why would you think that works with God? If I say that I have knowledge about the Bible and I have the power to teach it, does that mean that I have two distinct things? Does that mean I'm a logical contradiction because now I'm two different beings? So you're playing word games. You're trying to and we're trying to define things with very careful terms, and all you want to do is play a game. You want to have any final thoughts on that, Mary?
Yeah, God's knowledge is identical to his power in terms of real distinctions. In terms of nominal distinctions, we label things based upon how we see God acting. And so we give things labels that make sense in finite terms. However, there is no distinction in his essence, and there's no Christian who's educated in these matters who say that there really is a distinction. The only distinction that anyone affirms is not a distinction of essence, but rather a distinction between energies and essence. Whereas in the West, you just say, well, the eternal energy is the same as the essence. There is no extra energy aside from that, period. So the distinctions absolutely imply separation. That is what a real distinction means, that you have a separate entity. It's distinct, different. It's not the same. A nominal distinction means that it's a word that you give for stuff. It's a virtual distinction. It's not a true, real separation. So anyway.
Yep. So we'll have another stream on this another time where we carefully define the terms and break it down and because DHC is absolutely right here that Yosef is being a sophist, that he's playing games. He's saying distinctions don't imply separation, and then he's elsewhere saying, I'm asking if they're separate. I'm not asking if they're separate, but I'm asking if they're different and distinct. So you're not understanding the terms we're using, which is fair enough. We're talking about complex matters. We need to be very careful about how we define our terms. So we'll do that in a stream just on that subject, as opposed to, going into these very high level, difficult to parse topics that we need to be very careful about. They can't be done in, a 2-minute soundbite. So let's add Safraz to the stream. Welcome, Safraz.
Hello, Mr. UK.
Hello.
Hi. I am
Hello,
so
Mary.
thrilled that
Okay.
you're here. Yeah, you want to talk about the Paraclete now?
I want to talk about Allah and the God of Israel.
So, all right. So let's talk about the Paraclete and Muhammad. Yeah, because you said
No,
that
we're talking about
Muhammad's the
Allah
Paraclete.
here.
But
No,
you
we're
said
talking
that
about
that's
the
true, and you were
Allah.
gonna like totally. You said that you totally smashed me on that. So let's go ahead and talk about it. So Muhammad's the Paraclete, right?
That's a different subject. We're talking about Allah here. All these 2 hours you're talking about Allah. So why have you
Yeah,
gone?
that's fair. That's fair enough. That's fair enough. Safaraz, we won't talk about the Paraclete today, but I want you to first answer whether you'll accept Mary's invitation to have a debate on whether Muhammad is the Paraclete.
Okay, cool. Yeah, we'll do that. We'll do that.
All right. And
So,
it's on the record, it's on video, everyone can see that.
so
So we're talking about the nature of God today. So what do you want to say related to that topic?
about the God of Israel and Allah, yeah, they are one. They're the same. They're the same God. God
Okay,
Abraham,
awesome.
Ishmael.
Yeah, let's
Uh,
talk about ways in which they're the same. Go ahead. So, what is your argument for why they are the same? If I go to the Torah, what there says that is Allah?
It says God of Abraham and Ishmael and Isaac.
Yeah, it gives a name. What's the name that it gives in the Torah? If I have the Torah and I'm looking at it and I open it up and it says words there, right? So it gives the name of that God. How is that written?
He's got many names.
No, it doesn't say that. In fact, it says that one name is his memorial name forever.
What's that then?
But you're saying, you didn't know that there's one name that is his memorial name forever?
What's that then? Yahweh.
That would be it. So he said that is my name forever. Tell you that I am has sent me. And then he says that, let's see, we are in Exodus. Whoopsie. Come on. 3 here. Yep. So when the Lord, that's Yahweh, saw that he'd gone over to the bush, he calls out to him and says, Moses, Moses, here I am, or Hanani, he answers, right? Then he says, I am the God of your father, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob. Wait, there's something funny here. You said the God of Ishmael. Is he the God of Ishmael according to the Torah?
Yes, he is in Genesis chapter 21, verse 17, 18.
Yeah, it never says that Ishmael worshipped him. No, they were polytheists.
He took Ishmael to Arabia. Read it.
No, it doesn't say anything about Arabia, honey.
Oh, stop lying now! Come on.
Let's just read the verse.
Yeah, let's look at Genesis 21. Let's see. According to you, it says that this will say that Ishmael worshipped Yahweh all his life, or not Yahweh, I guess, Allah all his life, right? And it will say that that God led him to Arabia.
Haran. He settled down in Haran.
No, he didn't settle down in Haran, and Haran is way to the north anyway.
Where is Haran?
Haran is
yeah,
up in the mountains. It's north of the Euphrates River, sweetie.
Israel or Arabia?
No, it's north of Syria.
Arabia.
No, Haran. Here, I will give you.
The well we should give to Ismail.
So Safaraz is real simple here.
Can you share a map with him because he's confused?
No, don't show me no.
Yeah, he doesn't want our map because he won't believe that. So Safaraz, where's your evidence?
Yeah, bring us the map that says that, first of all, Ishmael went to Haran because he didn't. And secondly, that Haran is in Arabia. You've forgotten what the place is, honey.
Didn't Paul say that Hagar was in Arabia?
No, he said that Mount Sinai is in Arabia.
No. He said Hagar was in Arabia.
What is your evidence?
Oh, yeah, and you mean what's it called? 3, Genesis or Galatians 3. Yeah, in Arabia Petraea, the same place where where is Arabia Petraea, sweetie? That's the same place that. But you said Haran. Haran has nothing to do with it. Arabia Petraea was north of Arabia Deserta and Arabia Felix, right? So he's talking about Arabia Petraea, which is where he actually went. It never says that he went to Arabia, that God led him to Arabia. It doesn't say that. He just went and dwelt there. And he went and dwelt where? In this northern part with Selah, the Kadarites. They're from Sinai. So it's from Egypt, right, up to Assyria. Explicitly says this. Yes, there are 3 areas of Arabia, and where he was Arabia Petraea. Let's look at Genesis 24:5. Sorry, 5, where it says, in fact, where he went to live. It says in verse 12, 18. His descendants settled in the area from Havilah to Shur, near the eastern border of Egypt. Then, as you go toward Ashur, so from the eastern border of Egypt, that's the Sinai Peninsula, up to Assyria, and that sweep right there, that's where they lived. From the eastern border of Egypt, as you go toward Ashur, up in Assyria. Yes? Just tell me where it says that it's south of the Sinai Peninsula.
We'll give Saffraz a second to think about this. I'm going to bring up this comment that's unrelated because this person keeps asking it in different ways. Thurkey,
Yes.
maybe. Have you guys noticed that many Hindus are getting killed in India accused of blasphemy of Muhammad? And indeed, we have noticed that. And then they asked if this is okay. I guess asking whether Christians care about the death of Hindus, and absolutely, it is 100% not remotely okay.
Yeah, David Wood just did a live stream about this specific issue and about the issue of the woman who upset the Muslims. The funny thing is that the blasphemy is not saying anything that's untrue. It's hurting little Muslims' feelings by saying something they don't like about the Prophet that's totally true. So they're getting killed for pointing out that Muhammad married a child and had sex with a child, right? And the Muslims freely admit in that area that, yeah, he did that. But you shouldn't be disapproving of it. You shouldn't say it's bad. You shouldn't say that in a negative way. So we'll kill you because you don't like that our Prophet raped little girls.
Okay, so I may have misunderstood the nature of the question. They just asked, I know it's wrong, but is it said in the Quran or Islam? So I thought that they were probably after the Christian perspective, but apparently they're after the Islamic perspective. And yes, absolutely. This is 100% taught by Islam. It's taught by the Quran. Saffraz was up here our last stream and or 2 streams ago actually, and was defending this, saying that it's right for people to kill people who supposedly blaspheme Muhammad because that's spreading corruption in the land. And if human beings didn't take Allah's laws into their own hands, then they would just become evil societies that do all kinds of evil things. So yes, 100% taught by Islam. The Muslims doing this are following the commands of their God.
Yes, exactly. And in the Quran, it explicitly talks about how great Muhammad is and how you have to honor him and how you have to pray to Allah to send prayers upon Muhammad. So even Muhammad is praying for, or excuse me, even Allah is praying for Muhammad, right? In the Quran. And you're supposed, it's how you're supposed to honor him above everybody else and love him more than everybody. And in the Sharia, that's where you see things defined like blasphemy being defined as saying something in a negative way, whether or not it's true. Right? So if you said, oh, it's so wonderful that Mohammed had sex with a tiny little girl, and you're all enthusiastic about it, that's great. But if you say it in a negative way, well, then you ought to be killed. That's Sharia. And Safraz here says that that's beautiful, by the way.
So getting back to our subject, Safras, did you have a chance to figure out your argument for Arabia in the Bible? You still there, Safras? And we may have lost Safras.
Yeah, he's been having connection issues recently.
No worries.
Hear you, just so you know. So yeah, he claims that that Allah is the God of Ishmael, but you notice that that Yahweh, that the God of the Bible, is not actually the God of Ishmael here. Ishmael becomes a pagan pretty immediately, and he marries pagans.
Oh, looks like Safras connected again. Go ahead, Safras.
Hi there, you're in, yeah?
Yeah, you're back.
Can I how come?
Nope, you're gone again.
He just joined again. Let me try adding the other Safras.
No, there's only one.
Ah! There are two of them! Go ahead, Safras. Sorry.
Go ahead.
Is it host on Safraz was on? Right. Let me ask you one question, yeah?
Okay.
How come all the Jewish rabbis agree that Allah is the same God of Israel?
Okay, so let me repeat it because the audience probably didn't. You asked your question. Let us answer. So the audience probably had trouble understanding that. So Safras' question is, how come all the Jewish rabbis agree that Allah is the same God as Yahweh? More or less, that's what he said. That the God of Judaism is the same as the God of Islam. Let's take the names out of it and just say that the God of Judaism is the same as the God of Islam. So, Mary, first of all, is that a true statement? Do all rabbis say that?
No, he just watches Tobias Singer, who's like completely corrupt, and he's like, ha! They all agree with Tobias Singer, even though Tobias Singer is not well regarded in Judaism.
Israel.
Oh my goodness, no, there has never been. Okay,
so Safra,
just hang on.
Pause. So Safras, first of all, you can't make a statement like that. If we said that all Muslims believe something based on us hearing one Muslim, and then you told us that Muslim is false, or that you don't agree with that, and then we came back and insisted, well, you have to agree with it because he said it, so all Muslims must say it. So instead of saying all Jews say this, rephrase your question. Why does Tobias Singer say this?
So hang on. Let's talk about the rabbis who are extremely highly respected, right? The ones who are authoritative, not just any random rabbi, right? We want an authoritative, respective rabbi who is regarded by everyone. For example, Rambam. Where did Rambam say that the Allah that Muslims worship is the same God that we worship? Okay, where did he say that?
Who is Rambam?
Okay, you don't know who Rambam is, so clearly you know nothing about Robbie.
So Mary, just to clarify, Safraz only knows people who are on YouTube. He doesn't know anything about scholarship. He doesn't know anything about history. All he knows is people who make YouTube videos. So for him, because Tobias Singer is the most popular Jewish personality on YouTube, he must be the most authoritative.
All right. So Rashi, tell me about Rashi. When did Rashi say that the Muslims worship the same God that we do?
Who's that? Rashi.
Okay, so he doesn't know who Rambam is. He doesn't know who Rashi is. He doesn't know the most authoritative rabbis of this millennium, okay, that all Jews who are Talmudic respect very, very highly. He doesn't know them. So Saffraz is just making something up based on some YouTube videos that he watched, and he thinks that I'm going to take that seriously. Now, again, Saffraz, I am reading the Torah, okay? And you're telling me that Allah, I should know that Allah is the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Ishmael. Well, whenever I open up the Torah, there's never a God that is the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Ishmael. He's never called the God of Ishmael. In fact, he specifically says that he will not make his covenant with Ishmael. So let's go back again to Exodus 3, right? So the person who's speaking says, I am the God of your father, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob. So this is not the God of Ishmael. This is a different God. So he asks, who should I, when I go to the Israelites and say to them, the God of your fathers has sent me to you, and they ask me, what is his name? I'm in Exodus 3 now, by the way. What should I tell them? God said to Moses, I am who I am. This is what you are to say to the Israelites. I am has sent me to you. God also said to Moses, say to the Israelites, the Lord, that is Yahweh, the God of your fathers, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob has sent me to you. This is my name forever, and this is how I am to be remembered in every generation. Okay?
Right,
so I am looking for Yahweh, which is how he is to be remembered in every generation. So when was it that the Jews stopped saying this name aloud?
Show me the word Yahweh in the New Testament, and I will give you a million.
Saffraz, what language is the New Testament written in? What language is the New Testament written in?
Where is the name Yahweh in the New Testament?
What language is the New Testament written in?
What's that?
What
Greek.
language is the New Testament?
Greek. Well, show me the word.
So why are you asking me to find a Hebrew word in a Greek text?
That's the
Saffraz, when? Hang on. So you're saying that Jesus, whose name is Yeshua, whose name had part of Yahweh's name in it, didn't know that his name was Yahweh. That's what you're saying. Now, tell me when. When did they stop saying that name aloud?
Who's that? The Jews call him Hashim only.
Not
when?
The question is when.
Yahweh.
When, Saffraz?
Oh
when?
my goodness. When, Saffraz?
When did that change take place? When did Jews stop speaking the divine name?
Yahweh anymore. They don't use that word Yahweh.
Yes, when did they stop using that name? Saffraz, there's a point to this. If you don't know, then just say you don't know. When did they stop using the name?
I don't know whether you stopped using that name.
Okay, so okay, you don't know. Well, let me clue you in here. Let me clue you in here. It was before the New Testament was written. So why would they? According to their superstitions, it was forbidden to say the divine name. So why would they put the divine name, the Hebrew divine name, in a Greek text written after the time when they stopped saying the divine name?
So we also had that does not mean that the people of the Greek New Testament didn't know what it was. Of course they did. Jerome knew, they all knew what it was, but they said a different name aloud because they followed the same prohibition against it, because so many of them were in fact from Jewish backgrounds. Now, it stopped being said during the time of Simon the Great, when he was the high priest. Right after he died, they stopped saying it aloud anymore. So that was about 300 BC-ish, and that's when they stopped saying it aloud. However, all the Jews knew what it was, and so did the early Christians. They knew what this name was. They just didn't say it out of respect. That's why they knew what that saying, I am, has sent you to me. I am that I am.
Yahweh.
They know what it means, and they knew what it was, even though they were hiding it and not saying it aloud. So,
Why would you hide the word?
Okay,
You would hide
pause. All right, Saffras, stop trying to talk over Mary. Mary, when Saffras is talking, let him finish his thought. This you two trying to talk over each other is not working. So, Mary, have you completed your thought on the divine name?
No, I haven't.
All
So,
right, please finish your thought. Saffras, be quiet. Let Mary finish her thought, and then you'll be allowed to respond without interruption.
All right, who do you?
now, stop, for heaven's sake. So, they stopped saying it aloud, even though they knew it. Even though the bishops knew it, they could bring it up, they could write it down in the Hebrew text. They were familiar with it and they knew it, but they didn't say it. It was too sacred to say, and so it was kept secret among Christians and Jews. They just didn't go around just saying the name anymore after 300 BC. And yet, whenever we get to the Muslim text, the Quran, what does Allah say at the burning bush? He says, I am Allah.
Yeah.
He doesn't say what his name is. He doesn't tell everyone that this is my name for all generation. No, I am Allah. My name is Allah. So that's a different name. So his memorial name is not there at all in any form. It's not even referred to. Later, whenever you have to kill, every animal that you eat has to be sacrificed to your idol. And so whenever you kill an animal, you say Allah over it because that is the name of your God. It's not just a title for you. It was originally just used as a title, but for you, that is identical with his true name. You can't say Al-Haq, can you? Can you kill an animal and say Al-Haqu Akbar or something, right? You can't say that. You have to say
To the point, Mary.
Saffras, let her finish. I think she's almost done.
So
Mary, wrap it up.
Yeah, if all 99 names are all the names of Allah, you can use them all interchangeably. So you could sacrifice your animal to one of these other names. But if Allah is his true name and the other ones are just like these attributes, not the whole Allah, but pieces of Allah, then you can't say them. So, can you sacrifice animals to Al-Haq and say that?
All right, Saffras, you may respond.
Mary, the thing is, Allah says he has many names. Many names he has. And he says, call me by any name, but that is just to him only. So if Yahweh means a good word for him, then it's okay. Yahweh, Jehovah, Hashim, Adonai, Allah is the same thing. Yeah?
Are you done?
No, I'm just saying that he's saying to us, Allah says in Quran that you can call me by any name as long as it's only suited to him only. It's suited to him only and no human. So you can call him by whatever name you
Mary, let him finish.
So this is why the rabbis say that in the day they're worshiping the same God. Also,
okay, first of all, we've already established the rabbis don't say that. But have you? No, they don't. But that's all right. That's all right. At least one rabbi says that. Fine. Okay.
Not just one. Loads.
I said at least one. Saffras, stop playing games. Make your point, and let's move on.
My point is anyway that he's got many names. You can call him by any name you want, but he's a God of Israel, Isaac, Ishmael, and Jacob. He's the same God. I'm telling you now, the Jews will agree with that 100%. The Jews. This is why the Jews
you're done. You did not answer my question. You need to answer my question right now.
Just say your question again, and then let him answer.
Okay, Saffraz, you have to say the name of Allah over an animal when you kill it for it to be halal. Can you say Yahweh and kill it, and would it be halal? Are people out there doing that? Can you even say Al-Haq and it would be halal? If you say Yahweh and kill an animal, is it halal?
No, I'm saying you can call by Allah. He's telling us to call him by Allah and kill animals in his name.
Okay,
This is
thank
why
you. So it is not, you cannot use other names other than Allah when you're killing an animal. Whenever you pray, can instead of saying Allah, Al-Rahim, Al-Rahman, all that stuff, can you say instead some other word instead of Allah there? Can you say Yahweh, Al-Rahman, Al-Rahim? Can you say that?
No, you use
This
Allah.
Yahweh, Al-Rahman, Al-Rahim. Is that a correct prayer?
No, you use Allah. The main
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
So Allah's name that he gives you to use as his main name is Allah. That is his memorial name. Even though it's just a title, that has become his memorial name in Islam. That is not the name that was given to Moses so that people would know that Moses was not a fraud. So Moses asked, how will the Israelites know that it is truly their God who is speaking to them, that it is the God of Isaac and the God of Jacob and the God of Abraham, not Ishmael? How can they know? And he says, tell them that you have heard from Yahweh, and they will know. So, for you, Yahweh is not a name that Muhammad ever heard, ever knew, was ever able to produce. Those silly little letters at the front of chapters, those exist because the Jews came up to him and said, write the sacred name, write Hashem, write his name, tell us the sacred letters. Don't say it, but let us know that you know this. And he couldn't, he just like picked random letters and would just say them because they were like fancy letters that looked kind of Hebrew-y to him, and he was just trying to take a stab at it. He just didn't know. So it's not the same God. No one who is reading the Torah would go, yep, that looks like the same God to me. It's all wrong. Everything's wrong.
Everything's same with Islam and Judaism are very close. You ask all the people in Israel.
Okay, Safraz, you've gone off on a different point. Do you have any response to the divine name? That's what we were discussing. Do you have any evidence? All you're doing is stating your belief. Do you have any evidence other than the opinion of Tovia Singer that the name Yahweh is equivalent to the name Allah?
The names are different, but God is the same. Simple.
I'm asking you for evidence that they are the same deity. What is your evidence that they are the same deity?
Because we believe that Ishmael and Isaac were worshiping the same God.
So your evidence is your belief?
No, my evidence is that Ishmael and Isaac were one. They did not fall out when they grew up. They were worshiping the same God as Abraham.
You started your statement with "I believe," and then you stated that. So what you told me, I asked if this is your opinion, I asked if your evidence is what you believe, and then you said no. So if it's not your belief, then what is it based on?
My belief is based on the Old Testament and the New Testament.
So is the Old Testament authoritative?
The Old Testament seems more close to.
I didn't ask if you think it seems closer to Islam. I asked if it's authoritative.
Authoritative.
If you're citing it as evidence, then it has to be authoritative.
No, I'm saying that the Torah seems.
So what you're really telling me then is that you believe it because it's part of your belief system, and then you look for other things that look similar, and then you pretend that you're using those things as evidence. That's what you're actually telling me.
No. Tedios, what I'm saying to you, that the teachings of the Old Testament and Islam are just equal. They're just equal. Nearly everything's there equal.
Okay, hold on, Mary. Let me handle it. So if you say they're equal, then do you treat the teachings found in the Bible, in the Torah, as equally authoritative as the teachings of Muhammad? Because you just told me they're equal.
I'm saying that the laws, most of them are in line with the Quran.
So again, you're telling me that whatever agrees with the Quran is correct, and whatever doesn't is incorrect. So your only real authority is the Quran.
No, it says for example, rapist, whatever, must post to death, whatever, and he's, not a rapist, adulterous.
So you're citing a specific example which you think is in agreement, but that's not the question. No one would say there's zero agreement between the two. The question is how do you know what is correct? On some things they agree, on other things they disagree. So if you're going to tell me that you believe that something is true because the Old Testament says it, or you're going to tell me that they're on equal authority, then you can't say that it's only true when the Quran agrees.
No, I'm just saying that.
So either admit that your only real authority is the teachings that you think come from the Quran, or acknowledge that you need to look at both sources of information. If that's actually what you're going to claim, then you actually need to look at what both say and see. And then when they disagree, you need to come up with a way to determine how they, which one is right. And you can't just say the Quran's always right, because then you only have the authority of the Quran, and you can't cite the Old Testament as evidence.
No, like I'm saying that the Tabbath, yeah.
Oh my goodness, Sephiroth, you can't just go, well, there's this one thing that's the same, so it's the same God. That's ridiculous.
Tabbath was only for the children of Israel. It says that in the Quran as well.
Oh, okay. Stop.
You're done. It's my turn. Just very briefly, let's look at what we've looked at so far. So far, we have determined that Yahweh is only the name of God in the Old Testament. It cannot be used in place of Allah, because that is not his proper name in Islam. You cannot kill animals in the name of Allah, or or in the name of Yahweh, and you cannot stand when you pray and say Yahweh or Hashem or Adonai or any other word that is used by Jews to refer to their God. So no, it's not even the same God by name. This is a God who's supposedly God of Ishmael, who is not the God of Ishmael in the Bible. And then if you go, hang on, I want you to go to Surah 5:18. Yeah. It says, but the Jews and the Christians say, we are the children of Allah and his beloved. Say, then why does he punish you for your sins? Rather, you are human beings from among those he has created. He forgives whom he wills, and he punishes who he wills, blah, blah, blah. So you cannot say that you are the children of Allah. You can't say it in any sense. It's not permitted. So you cannot say that you are a child of Allah, according to Islam. Now, in the Torah, does it say that there are people who are the children of Allah? Or the children of Yahweh, rather, the children of God? Safraz?
Yeah.
Go ahead and answer. Does the Torah say that some people are the children of God?
Does the Torah say some people are children of God?
Yeah, does it? Yes or no? That's all I need from you.
Yeah, I think.
Okay, so you open up the Torah, and it says that Israel is my firstborn. It calls lots of people his children. The Israelites are his children in a certain sense, right? It says that very clearly.
Yeah.
And the Quran says very clearly that no one can say that they are children of Allah.
No.
So, God... Yes, it does. I just read it. Surah 5:18. You cannot say... Nope. It says that you are not the children of Allah.
It does not say you are not the children of Allah.
Okay. For the slow people here, meaning Sephiroth, let's read this again. Okay? I read it really slowly, but apparently it was too fast. But the Jews and the Christians say, we are the children of Allah and his beloved. Say, then why does he punish you for your sins? Rather, or nay, it's a negative. You are human beings from among those he has created. So you are not his child. Instead, you are a human being which is not a child. Human beings are not children of Allah in any sense, according to the Quran. All the authoritative exegesis says this. The Tafsir, they all say, you cannot call Allah your father. You cannot call him your father. But the Jews call God their Father. Christians call the Father, God, their Father. They say this for a reason.
No, but
Because in
David,
the Torah, God is a father of his people. They are adopted into his family in a certain sense. He is the true father of the Son. He is the adoptive father of everyone else who truly follows him and loves him. But in the Quran, you cannot say this. But you're saying that this is the same God who apparently doesn't change. Did he just wake up one day and go, I don't like this term anymore. You can't use it anymore. I never wanted you to use it. I just used to say it because like I didn't know what I was saying. Like, what kind of God is this?
It's the same God, but you lot have turned disbelievers, yeah. So that's why he's saying that don't call me children.
No.
Mary, let me break down this argument for Saffras, since he doesn't quite understand it. So if I make a statement in the following form, right, why do you call me a woman, for I have a penis? Does that mean that I'm accepting that I am a woman? Because that's what you're telling us. So that's the same form of the argument that's in the Quran. Why do you call yourself children of God? And then gives a reason why they aren't children of God. It is telling the Jews and the Christians that they are not children of Allah.
And they're not saying it because they're disobedient. No, Muslims are not allowed to say that Allah is your father either. It's strictly forbidden because Allah is a father to no one in any way, not a figurative sense, not anything else. The most that you can say is that you're a slave of Allah. That's it. You can never say he is your father. He is not your father because he punishes whom he wills. And according to Islam, apparently, parents don't punish. Only slave masters do. Very interesting take there, because something else that's in the Bible is that it says that every son he receives, he chastises. And this is interesting because that appears for the first time in the Old Testament, and then it's quoted again in the New Testament, that in fact, a way in which God is like our Father is that he chastises us, he punishes us, right? Because that's what a loving father does. But Muhammad here is arguing that if he were your father, he would not punish you. Apparently, Allah is going to be a horrible and dysfunctional father who doesn't punish those to improve their moral character. But it literally goes against an explicit verse in both the Old Testament and the New Testament, because that verse says God as your father chastises every son that he receives. And you open up the Quran and it says, well, he punishes you, so he's not your father.
Yeah.
I wanted to provide an argument for why I think Muslims and Christians have the same sense of God. I didn't know if that was...
Yeah, absolutely. I think we've heard enough from Saffras. He's just going in circles. So absolutely.
Okay.
No, we've got enough anyway now. But no, you just want to make last point. At the end of the day, yeah, we believe that the God of Abraham, Ishmael, and Isaac are the same, and we believe that the Jews agree with us, but it's only the Christians that will not agree with this. So Mary,
let me respond.
Just wait. Let me just end this, please.
Yes. Make your final statement, please.
Yeah, I just say that we all agree. The Jews and Arabs agree that we worship the same God, and the Jews and the Muslim will agree that Jesus cannot be God. Simple. In Torah and the Quran, Jesus cannot be God. Hosea 11.
That wasn't remotely the subject today. So have you made your final statement about Allah and Yahweh being the same God?
Allah and the Yahweh, the God of Israel, was the same God. It's in the Quran, any places where Allah is saying he is
okay,
the
say
God
right now.
Mary, just let him have his final statement.
Let me have a final statement, yeah. So Allah is saying, making it clear that he's the God of Moses, Jacob, all of them, and he gave them everything, but they rejected. So he finished off with Israel, and he just went to towards Arabia and Mecca, and this is why you see Jerusalem today finished. Mecca is today thriving.
Okay. We got it. We got it.
One more thing.
I would like him to say one thing.
One more thing, please. Let me end it.
Let him finish. Just let him finish. It's easier that way.
Let me finish. One more thing. Yeah. Do you really believe God is with Israel when they're doing LGBT praise every season?
All right, Saffraz, that has nothing to do with anything. If you don't have anything else to say on the subject at hand, then you're done.
So,
Israel,
yep, no, you're done. Saffraz, the one thing I want to hear from you right now is bis Yahweh. I want you to say the Bismillah, but with Yahweh. Say it.
No. If
it's the same God, you can say it. If it's not the same God, you cannot say it. Say it now.
God.
I want to hear it.
The Jews agree. The Jews agree.
So, all right, he won't do it. It's fine. All right, I just want to make it clear. Mary, just let me say this. So, in his final statement, this is what Saffraz says: I believe, we believe, Muslims believe. That was his only evidence. That was his only reason for believing that Yahweh and Allah are the same God. It was his own personal belief. And then he contradicted himself when Mary challenged him to say the Bishallah with the name Yahweh in it. He said, no, I won't do that, which means he knows they're not the same.
Yep. He would not eat food that was sacrificed to the name of Yahweh. He would not say Yahweh in his prayers instead of Allah. He will not do that because he knows that they are not the same name and they're not the same God. That is extraordinarily clear. So, Danny, exactly what are you before you start, if you don't mind filling us in?
Oh. So, just real quick, I got to run to the bathroom. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Okay. Go ahead.
So the idea is that I think that Muslims and Christians have the same sense of God. If we're, let's say, looking at the Trinity, Jesus the Father and the Son share the same essence, which is God, right? They are all God. Those essential attributes are going to be nothing unique about the Father, Jesus, and the Son. Instead, they're going to be those traditional properties like necessary, eternal, all-powerful, knowing, good, Aseh, simple, creator, and that's gonna constitute the concept of God. And I believe that those that believe in Allah think that God has that essence as well. So it seems like Muslims and Christians have the same concept in mind when they're thinking about God.
No, that Muslims don't even agree amongst themselves as to what constitutes God's essence. The only ones who say that God possesses simplicity are the Shia. And the Shia do not have the distinctions necessary within God at that point for God to be a rational being. Because the perfectly simple being in which there are no real distinctions, all distinctions are nominal, including, there's no distinction of personhood, not just distinction of essence. There's no center of consciousness that distinguishes one from another, that cannot be rational. I mean, you ask the Gnostics, they'll be like, no, of course it can't be rational. You ask the Hindus, oh, no, Brahma is a dreaming god, essentially, right? You ask the Buddhists that go, no. You ask about the mandate of heaven or what chi is or any of those other things, and they just go, no, that cannot be rational. Anyone else who has a monad. So theirs is monadic in personhood, which is very different. And then you go over to the Sunnis, and they have two different models. The Salafis or Atharis, they'll just say that Allah really has, he absolutely has two right hands, and he has a shin, and he has eyes plural. There's like a typo, or not really typo, there's a mistake in the Quran, which ascribes more than two eyes to Allah. So he has like 3 or more eyeballs, all right? He has a face. He has fingers, at least 3 fingers, right, on his 2 right hands. And in one case, he also has a left hand. So he has 2 hands that are right, and then apparently also a left hand, but they mostly just ignore that hadith. So all of these things are true, distinct attributes. They're two pieces of Allah, and then they say that they're not metaphorical.
Yeah, I think that
if you're just saying that, there's no difference in these are phenomenal and differences in the understanding of God. Now, if you go to the Ash'ari, Maturidi sense, they'll say that all of these things, they're metaphors, and they constitute these sifat, which are these distinct, real, self-standing attributes that are not nominal. They are real, and they are within the that of Allah. So basically, they're like Lego bricks or like marbles inside Jello that are being held together to make up Allah, and there are all these real distinctions in them. And also, some of the sifat are like dependent on others. They're downstream from the being of God, so they're like contingent. They're created from Allah. So this is just saying that everybody agrees that God, it has a aseity in some sense. Everybody agrees that whatever is God is all powerful. Well, yeah, because that's like the definition of what the divine would be, but that doesn't mean that it's the same God, right?
it would if you establish that God has those essential properties, and if a Muslim has that same sense, then they have the same God in mind.
No, they don't. They don't have the same sense. I can say that I believe in God, and my God has 4 legs, and it pants, and it gets tired, and it has black hair.
Yeah, but I already dictated some of these essential
yes,
attributes.
But they also have some essential attributes that are not compatible. Real 2 right hands.
Well, we can just go through them. Necessary and eternal. It seems like everyone's concept of God.
So I say that this
I let you finish.
Panting, go ahead.
Mary, let him talk.
So take necessary and eternal, all-powerful, knowing, and good. Those are essential attributes of God amongst Christians and Muslims. And it's true that certain open theists, both on both sides. There's certain people that think that God is not all-powerful on both the Christian side and the Islamic side. The point is that I'm just speaking generally. Generally speaking, if that's your understanding of the essential attributes of God, then you're going to share a concept with the majority of Muslims that think about their concept.
Well, I mean, we certainly have similar ideas, or we have some things we agree on. But our position would be that we also have essentials that we disagree on. Everyone who is a deist would say that they believe in the true God. That doesn't mean that they actually believe in a God who has acted in history in the same way. It doesn't mean they actually believe in the same things, and it doesn't mean they actually believe the same thing about salvation. So there are similarities. That's certainly correct. That's certainly a valid thing to say. But we would say that we disagree on essentials, and that thus we have a different conception of God. If you want to say, well, you all are thinking of the same real God, or the same one God, and you just have you each have some ideas that are incorrect. You can say that, but it's not the real issue. The real issue is we're trying to determine what is correct, and we disagree on essential things from our perspective.
But how I understand it is that y'all disagree on the accidental properties. That I don't see that.
No, there are no accidents in God.
Mary,
let him speak.
I'm going to try. Every time you speak, I'll let you finish, and hopefully you'll extend the same courtesy to me. But the point is that how I see it is that you all these various religions disagree. The monotheistic religions, that is, disagree on the superficial / accidental properties. I don't think there's an essential property that you could name that a Muslim couldn't in principle accept.
So again,
I can name a couple,
there absolutely are no accidental properties in the deity. Like the God's being has no accidental properties. God is pure act. There are no accidents in God.
Presumably he has free will, and you think that he could do differently?
You don't know what these are technical terms. They have technical meanings. That it's not. There are no accidents in God.
Well, let me give you an example. Suppose
my goodness.
well, like as you say, Jesus is God. Jesus was born in Bethlehem. It seems like God had the power.
Okay, so the human nature.
I didn't even.
Okay, Mary,
Oh my goodness.
don't anticipate his point. Let him make his point, and then you can respond.
Presumably, you think Jesus could have been born in another city. It seems like that's within God's power, and if he had chosen a different city, then that's fine. The point is that it's not essential to Jesus that he was born in Bethlehem rather than another city. So that's going to be an accidental property of God on the Christian view.
That would be mistaken, because that is God. That is the human nature of Christ, which is in. So the Christ person unites the deity, which has no accidental properties, with humanity, which has many accidental properties. The very existence of a personhood that is not that, multi-personhood itself in the Christian God is not an accident of the Christian God. Okay, this is not like this trait that sometimes appears and sometimes doesn't, that can appear, that has a potential. There's no potential there.
Yeah,
So in the deity, you're just misusing philosophical terms.
Okay, well, let me give my argument. I can give an argument.
Just really don't think that this is going to be productive, because he doesn't really need these words.
That's fine. We will end at 4 hours from now, regardless. So that's a maximum of 25 minutes. So just keep that in mind.
I want to give my argument then.
Give your argument, Mary. Try your best not to interrupt him. Thank you.
So if Jesus is God, which is true on Christianity, that means that what you predicate of Jesus, you're going to be predicating of God. Okay? So if Jesus is God, and if Jesus was born in Bethlehem, that means that God was born in Bethlehem. Okay? Now, it seems like it's possible. God's omnipotent and he has freedom to choose a different city if he changed his mind, right? It's not essential to God that he chose Bethlehem. He could have chosen the city right next door to be born in. And so that's just to say that it's not essential to the concept of God to be born in Bethlehem, because there are possible worlds where he was born in a different city. I rest my case.
All right. So, Mary, how would you like to respond?
Once again, we are talking about the divine being, okay? The divine being has no accidents. The human nature that was united to the divine being in the person of Christ, right? That human nature has many, many, many accidents.
Sorry, what premise are you denying?
Oh my goodness, the human nature is not the divine being.
I didn't say
divine being are different.
So she's denying an implied premise that because Jesus has attributes, that they are automatically inherited by the divine nature.
Okay, so then if we say, do you agree, Mary, that Jesus is God?
Jesus, the person, is God who possesses the divine nature and the human nature. What you can say of the divine nature is something different than what you say of the human nature, because the Son is God, right? And was the Son before ever becoming incarnate. When he took a human nature to himself, he did not cease being God. And so that gave theosis or whatever, glorification to an extent, an assumption to the divine nature, but did not at all alter the divine nature itself. The divine nature cannot change. Yes. The being of God does not change.
Well, she's saying yes, but she's
so here's the
explaining
issue.
her position more fully than just saying yes.
So here's the issue. You're just saying that it doesn't really matter that you believe in the Trinity because you agree on certain things. Well, I can talk about my mother, and I can say many things about her that other people would agree with about their mothers. I can say that my mother gave birth to me, that she was, a patient instructor, and she was kind to me, and she taught me many things. I can even say she taught me how to read, and all of these things that are either accidental or inherent to her nature. All of these things might also be true of somebody else's mom, but that doesn't mean they're the same mom. By speaking of maternality, right, I will be saying certain things. but we could still be talking about two different moms, or even an imaginary mom who does not exist. It could be a made-up mom, and she would still have these characteristics. Or I could be totally wrong about mom in every single way. I could be talking about your mom and like describe her totally wrong, and you'd say, no, you're not talking about my mom. Say, yes, I am. She's like 4.5 feet tall, and she's really thin, and she has green hair, and that's your mom. And you'll say, no, she's not my mom. So yes, she is, because she gave birth to you, didn't she?
I'm not really following any of this. I'm just saying, I think the argument is pretty simple. Jesus is God, so that means that with the predicate of Jesus, you're predicating of God.
No.
Okay, let me put it a different way. According to Christian theology, Jesus has two distinct natures. He has a divine nature and a human nature, and they do not intermix. He doesn't have two natures that combine to make one different nature. So the things that are true of his human nature are not inherently true of his divine nature. So the simple statement that Jesus is God is insufficient to look at it from the level that you're trying to look at and say that everything that was true of him, therefore, is true of the divine.
Yeah, I'm fine with saying that. Let's say you think that Jesus is omnipotent. That's going to be true of his divine nature, not of his human nature. I understand that. But nonetheless, if one of his natures has some property, right, then that means that the entity as a whole, which is in this case Jesus, is going to have that property as well. It wouldn't make sense to say that there are these two distinct natures. One nature entails, let's say, A, and then suddenly the whole entity is not A, right? That would be a contradiction in terms, given what a nature is. So when you say that it is true that it's true of maybe Jesus's human nature, right? That he was born in Bethlehem. That's going to imply that therefore Jesus is born in Bethlehem, right? And as long as you accept the proposition that Jesus is God, then it's fine to say that Jesus is God, and yes, God in that sense was born in Bethlehem.
Yeah, in that sense, that is correct.
And look, what I'm saying is not controversial. Most Christian thinkers and philosophers think that if God had just in some other possible world decided that Jesus was born next door to the city of Bethlehem, that he could have done so. So what I mean by accidental property is that it's not necessarily true that Jesus had to be born in Bethlehem. He could have easily been born in any city that God chose. I think that Mary has a myopic view of God. God is powerful enough to make
I think you're misunderstanding her point. She's not saying that the fact that Jesus is born in Bethlehem is essential to God's nature.
Is it after?
I am absolutely not saying that, Danny. You are just really.
It's accidental then. Then it's accidental.
Okay, fine. It's accidental, but it's not part of the divine nature.
We're talking about a divine nature versus a human nature. Divine nature has no accidents.
Yeah, I'm not saying that
nature does not change. Accidents. Yes, you did. I'm saying that when we talk about the being of God.
Okay. Danny doesn't. He's saying that he didn't say that. But when you see what you're doing is you're equivocating. You're saying by saying he's God that everything that is true of Jesus is true of the divine nature. That's the way we're interpreting this. And you just said that you're not saying that. So then, if it's not true of the divine nature, then it's not an accidental attribute of God, because it's not an of the divine nature, which is what we mean when we're saying it's an attribute of God. So we're saying that it's not an attribute of the divine nature at all where Jesus is incarnate. That's why it's not accidental, because it's not an attribute at all.
I understand that, but I'm not talking about natures. I'm just talking about the entity that is Jesus.
But we were talking about nature, so that's why we're kind of
change to that. Right? And you can't. Oh my goodness! Change to that. Most Christians are going to say, yeah, Jesus is born to Bethlehem. Jesus is God. And it's going to follow, in some sense, that sense of God that you're using is going to be fine to say God was born in Bethlehem. Now, that's not essential to the concept of God, but it's still going to be true of God, right, that he was born in Bethlehem.
Yes, okay.
It's not going to change the fact that the divine being does not change and does not have accidents. I asked you specifically about the being of God, God's essence, the ousia, right? The divine ousia. You were making statements about the accidents of the divine ousia, and you were saying that having two right hands is an accident.
I've never made that claim. I've just said that there are accidental truths, meaning non-contingent truths about God. That's not controversial in the literature.
Okay, I think that we've kind of we didn't understand each other, and we talked past each other, and we weren't really addressing the issues. How we got started on this is, as you were saying, that Christians and Muslims believe in essentially the same God, and then we got into this secondary attributes that aren't essential, whatever you want to call that, which is actually irrelevant to the question of whether we agree on the essential attributes of God. And we would say that we disagree on the central attributes of God. And most well-informed Muslims would say the same thing, that they'll use the line that we believe in the same God. But once it gets down to it and you actually get into the attributes, then they would say that we do have disagreements about the essential nature of God.
Right. So then the question that I asked was, what essential attribute do you hold that a Muslim couldn't in principle hold?
We hold to Trinitarianism, that God, as in His being, is tripersonal. So God is
right,
tripersonal.
Then you're going to have a problem there, because when you say that the Son,
they also something close to 80% of Muslims, or 75% now, because the Salafis are gaining more people, will say that there are distinctions in God, and his attributes are true distinctions. They are not nominal distinctions, and His mercy is not His wrath, which is not. I'm
no longer following you.
Okay, well, do you know what the Ash'ari and Maturidi say about God's being?
Well, why don't we start with your first one, triuneness, right? And then we can go to that one. The point is that
fair.
If God is essentially triune, then statements like the Son is God are nonsensical, because the Son is not triune. So it can't be an essential feature.
Yeah, it is an essential feature, and we're using God in a different term and a different meaning there.
So we're
saying that we're using it more like an adjective to say that He's divine when we say it that way. It's a confusion of terms, and I agree. Christians say that. I'm not disputing that, but when when you're trying to make a philosophical argument, you got to be very precise in your terms, and just saying "is God" is not sufficiently clear what you mean.
Right. So if you're saying that there's an equivocation, God exists, there's that proposition, that sense of God, and then you're saying there's an equivocation when you're saying the Holy Spirit is God. So now I don't know what you mean when you say the Holy Spirit is God, nor is the Muslim going to know what you mean.
Well, of course you don't know. But anyway, whenever we talk about the being of God, and you're speaking of the Trinity, for there to be a rational, for there to be reason in God, for God to be coherent, rational, etc., 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 right? Then God must have intellect. If you read Thomas Aquinas, he talks about God being pure intellect, and the act of God is the act of knowing. And of course, that He's actus purus, and that is the pure act that actualizes God.
It's extremely controversial in Christianity.
Oh yes, Thomas Aquinas is so incredibly controversial.
Yeah, most Christians are. I mean, especially Protestants are not Thomists. They don't accept a lot of that, the divine simplicity and the pure act stuff. Like they don't accept a lot of that stuff. In fact,
okay, Danny. Yes, I'm like a very solid Catholic here. Anyway,
so just to be clear, it doesn't matter if something is controversial. That's an irrelevant point. We only have to defend what we want to defend, and you saying it's controversial is irrelevant.
The point is
we don't have to prove that it's not controversial.
The reason why I said it was controversial is that most Christians' conception of God doesn't involve the Thomistic views of divine simplicity and pure act, and actually that's something that a lot of Muslims do accept. A lot of them do accept divine simplicity, in fact. So I guess the question is,
Danny.
Okay, if you want to interrupt, go ahead.
Which Sunnis accept divine simplicity?
I met some, but I don't think if you want to.
That's irrelevant. It doesn't matter.
You can just look it up, Mary. But the point is that I was asking for an essential attribute that a Muslim could not in principle affirm. I think the triuneness was one that we could work with, but then my problem is that I don't know then what the statement stuff like the statements like the Father is God and the Holy Spirit is God, what that would mean, because it couldn't mean that sense of God implies triuneness.
Yeah, yes, it does actually. But
Well,
if you
then-
can't, that's fine. If you're going to play games and say that, oh well, I just can't get this,
I
then
think you're playing the word
don't think
games.
there's any. Well, if I start explaining something, you go, well, I think that a whole bunch of Christians don't accept this. Yeah, we're all nice
okay,
Christians.
yeah, just take a step back. So Danny's correct in principle that most Christians don't think about these things deeply, but that's not an argument against them. They just have a simpler understanding. It doesn't mean they're wrong. It just means that they don't care about these small, what we would. I don't want to say small because they're very important, but they are technical details. They're things that don't matter to the average person. So you're correct in that sense, but that's not a reason why we're wrong or our conception of God is the same as Muslims, because most Muslims think about things simply. We're talking about the essential Christian and theology as understood as best as possible, not what an average person understands or anything like that. The average person, maybe the average Christian and the average Muslim have a very simple conception of God that's in some ways compatible. But that doesn't mean that the actual Christian understanding of God and the actual Muslim understanding of God, as understood by theologians, is the same.
Yeah, I guess. It's just for me right now. If you're going to stick with the triune attribute, it would just come down to what the sense of God would mean when you're predicating it of the persons.
So there's also the issue that if you look at the Aqidah, so every Muslim supposedly subscribes to an Aqidah, right? So what is the Ash'ari Maturidi Aqidah concerning the being of Allah?
Could you speak English?
The creed. What is their creed? The Ash'ari, and there is no English version of Ash'ari Maturidi. There's two of the schools of Aqidah of creed, right? So they have articulated this. So what do they believe about Allah?
Are you changing the subject? I
No.
just want to property.
So again,
he's not a Muslim. He's not expected to know Muslim theology. So why don't you just tell him what you're trying to draw out?
Okay, so according to the Ash'ari and Maturidi position, whenever you say Allah is the truth, right? Or the merciful, each one of these attributes, and there are actually attributes that he has that are considered essential attributes, such as the coverer or concealer of sins. That is one of Allah's names and attributes, okay? So one of his essential attributes that is part of his being, which is distinct from other attributes. They are not nominal distinctions. They are real distinctions. They are self-standing within within the self, within the being of Allah, is that he conceals sins and hides them. Okay? That is an essential attribute of Allah for the Ash'ari and Maturidi, which stands within the being of Allah for them. And then if you're going to the Athari/Salafi view, right, they would still affirm that one of Allah's essential attributes is that he conceals, hides, keeps people from knowing about sins. That's one of his very essential attributes, right?
What does that mean?
The name? You want me to find the name for you?
No. What does it mean to conceal or hide sin?
It means that you cover it up. You're the coverer up of sin. It doesn't mean that you obliterate it, that you pay for it, that you forgive it. Those are all different names, right? There is one of his names is that he is the concealer of sin. So when you go before Allah, according to the Islamic belief, so in Christian theology, when you go before God, everything that was concealed will be made known, okay? There will be no secrets. Every sin that you committed in private will be known, period. Now, in Islam, that is not true. In Islam, Allah is behind a secret veil, a special veil. And if you are going to get to go to paradise, when he calls you up to talk to you, right, he brings you behind the veil and speaks quietly so nobody except for you hears him as he talks about your sins, and then he keeps them concealed from everybody else. So anything that was secret when you died and was never found out will be obliterated forever and no one will know about it. Like, it's totally secret, it's totally covered up. And so there is a part of Islamic fiqh, like Islamic law, okay, that if you have done something like commit adultery, right, you're supposed to be stoned for adultery in Islam, and it doesn't get found out, you have no moral obligation to confess a sin, because it is the job of Allah. One of the things that he does for you, one of his mercies, is that he covers up and hides your criminal acts and sins, and he may do that forever. So if you have gotten away with an evil deed, you should not go to an authority and confess it, because Allah has chosen to take the action of concealer, which is one of his fundamental attributes, and conceal and hide your sins so people don't find out.
And you're saying this is an essential attribute? So the way that
it's
Allah,
one of his 99 names.
Yeah, so the way that Allah deals with sin is different than the way the Christian God deals with sin. But if, let's say, a Christian accidentally thought that the way that Jesus, instead of, what did you obliterate sin, use different terms, instead he covers the sin, then he couldn't be saved, on your view. Like,
so you're trying to play games.
Hold on, Mary. Sorry, I was muted. So let me just clarify that correct theology and salvation are not the same thing. You don't have to have correct theology to be saved.
Oh, okay, but to be saved, you have to recognize who God is essentially, right?
You do not have to have a full knowledge of the philosophy of God. But I suppose if you're the kind of person who thinks that God is interested, that one of God's particular interests is letting you get away with crimes, then you probably have a lot whack with your theology and Christianity. That's not something that you would hear from. That's not something that you would hear from Christians. This is literally one of Allah's 99 names, is that it's more than 99. It's like 270 something. They keep saying it's 99, but it's a lot more. But it's literally one of his names. It is an essential. Now you're trying to go, well, do Christians know that this is an essential attribute of God? Why don't you try asking 100 Christians whether or not they think that God wants to hide the evil things that you do, and that you should not confess them, because we actually are explicitly told that. Well, you might not think that, but I can give you a sheikh who's talking about that specific example I gave you of committing adultery, about how you should not confess it, because one of Allah's names is that he's the concealer of sin, and he has concealed that for you. That is a very well-known sheikh, Asim, whatever his name is, who was talking about cutting the throats of all the unbelievers recently. Anyway, he actually gave that as one of his rulings, and it is a correct, Islamically correct ruling. So
yeah, I'm doubtful of your testimony.
We're not talking about whether or not an average person happens to know this. You're trying to run away to something else. You asked me a specific question. You asked me, is there an essential attribute of God that differs between Islam and Christianity? Here is one. That is one. Allah's attributes are his names. That's where his names come from, okay? Or that's where his attributes come from. This is an essential doctrine of Islam, that his attributes...
I think this is getting away from my point. Look, maybe I can reiterate my point.
Okay. Hold on. All right, so we're coming up on 4 hours, so I would like to wrap this up. I'd like to give Alan a chance to say something. So if Danny, if you want to, make your closing statement, if you will, and then I'll allow Mary to make a closing statement. Both of you try to keep it to, a few minutes. You don't have to re-explain your whole argument. And then we'll see what Alan has to say, and then we'll wrap up.
Okay, I'll be brief. Essentially, I think all Christians, Jews, and Muslims agree that they share a belief that God exists. It'd be weird to say that there are a lot of Christians, Jews, and Muslims out there that don't think that, right? They all think we share a belief. To share a belief, there has to be a proposition in mind that God exists, and there's this particular sense of God there that's being used in that proposition that I think bears the essential attributes of God, like being necessary, eternal, all powerful, all knowing, good, the creator of all things, and so on and so forth, right? And so that was why I came in for. I'm saying, hey, Muslims, Christians, and Jews have the same sense of God if we're just considering the essential attributes. Thank you for having me, Thaddeus. I'll take it.
Yeah. Thank you for coming on. We appreciate it.
All right, and here's my 1 minute. He's saying that just because there are certain attributes that are the same, because of course Islam is a cult that spun off of Christianity and Judaism, just like Mormonism. But just because it's a cult that spins off of it doesn't mean that we have the same idea of God. He asked for an essential attribute, a true attribute of Allah that is not shared, or of God that is not shared with Allah, of Allah that's not shared with God. Allah is also not perfectly good because Allah defines goodness by whatever he decrees it to be. He is not essentially good. So that's also a very different thing, but that was going to be more complicated. One of the names of Allah is that he is the concealer, meaning that he conceals, hides, covers up sins so that you don't get in trouble, and that you should not confess your sins in Islam. And that is one of his essential characteristics. One of his attributes is that. And so he cannot possibly be the same God who says that you must confess your sins. That, if you confess your sins, then he is faithful to forgive. But rather says instead, he will cover up your sins not now, but eternally. Always. He's the sin coverer. He conceals evil. He's the hider of evils. So after challenging me to come up with something, he then tried to say, well, maybe the average Muslim and the average Christian doesn't know about this. I don't really care what the average person knows about this, whether or not they know about this distinction. I care about whether or not it is a distinction. If I am talking about God and I say that he's four-legged and he has a tongue and he has big ears, just because I also say that he's all-powerful and other things, then it's different. If one person has a God who cannot enter creation and another one has a God who is omnipresent, that is a very big difference. So I don't even know what he was coming up for. I'm kind of frustrated. Sorry.
It's all right. So welcome, Alan. Is there something you'd like to say before we close out? We can give you 10 or 15 minutes if you like.
Oh,
I mean, not to make a statement, to be clear, but to have a discussion. We can give you a little bit.
Sure,
yeah.
No, thanks for having me. From my viewpoint, Islam created their own God. That's the thing, because they have no concept of who their God is. They just build on these blocks, and it's just block after block after block. But with Christianity, it's very different. So the other gentleman who said that the concept of the Muslim God and the Christian God are the same. Well, we ask ourselves as Christians, how do we know God? And it's through the incarnation. It's God revealing himself, the word of God revealing himself to humanity in the form of a human being. And Islam is nothing of that. They just have these concepts, and then that's why I think the whole defensiveness comes in, because when you build something, you have to defend it with all your might. Yeah. While with Christianity, we don't have to do that, because God has revealed himself to us, to God the Father, through his Son, God the Son, right? Another thing is with salvation, just wanted to pop this here. We take sin as something we do against God. And that is actually a wrong way of looking at sin. Sin is something that happens to us. It affects us, it doesn't affect God, in a sense. God is not in heaven, so to speak, rolling, and thumping his hands on the table because we're sinning. Sin affects us, and it makes us, it's kind of like a disease, yeah, where it makes us sick. And we see all these consequences of sin that happens in our lives. We'll become bitter, become evil, become, we see what evil does and how it controls us. And when Christ came on earth, he came to teach us and to show us what humanity is supposed to look like. Apart from the incarnation, the purpose of the incarnation was to destroy death. He came to teach human beings how to be like humans, like the created humans that he had created them to be. And this idea of seeing God as this angry God who's ready to throw an arrow at you because you've done something wrong, I think in a way maybe it comes from a paganistic point of view. But our God, who's a loving God, has come to save us from our own self-destruction. And he didn't punish his son. His son voluntarily took on the cross, and he humbled himself, and he went into the world of death and defeated death. And I think in a lot of our salvation stories, we tend to miss that the part where he went into Hades and defeated death. And that's why Paul said that we have no fear of death, because he's trampled death by death. And that's the paradox of Christianity, one of the paradoxes. But anyway, so yeah, nice conversation, nice chat. Thank you, guys. And
thank you for coming on. Everything you said, it was well put. I agree with everything you said, and thank you for drawing us back to what's important here. Understanding who God is. We got a little sidetracked a couple times today, but we started off looking at the difference between the Muslim conception of God and the Christian conception of God, and we talked a lot about how the Christian God is consistent. The Christian God operates under principles of logic, whereas the Muslim God just wills things and they are. And you're 100% right when you say that this is reflective of Islam being a human-created religion. I made a similar point a while back that all of the ancient religions of the world, they kind of viewed the deities that they believed in as human beings with superpowers. So they expected them to be inconsistent. They expected them to be arbitrary. And all you could do is try to win their favor. And the essential characteristics of the Christian God are completely different. That we have this revolutionary conception of God where he's the same yesterday, today, and tomorrow. And because of that, he can operate in history in a meaningful way. He from the foundation of time, planned out the salvation story and brought it to be. Obviously not the subject today, but we can have a discussion of why he did things the exact way he did. But the fact remains that he did it that particular way, and that was always the way it was going to be. And we can count on the love that he demonstrated on the cross, the forgiveness he demonstrated on the cross. We can count on these things now because he doesn't change his mind.
Exactly. And just, it really is like saying that because whenever I say certain things about my mother that are also true of your mother, because it's true of motherhood, then we must be talking about the same mother. Or if I just talk about someone and say it's your mother because I attribute to them certain things that every mother has, right? That doesn't make it your mother. If I say your mother is 3.5 feet tall and she has green hair and she's super, so thin, she's almost as thin as like a board, right? Like that wouldn't be your mom. She's not a tiny skeleton, right? Just because I say that she also has these other characteristics. In the Islamic system, goodness is part of that will. So what Allah tells you to do, the world is essentially like a game. And you follow the rule of the board, right? But whether or not you win or lose is actually already declared and decreed by Allah. And so you play, and you're supposed to play a certain way, but Allah will force you to fail or succeed because he's already has. And then when you die, as a reward, you get all the things that the rules of the game that you just played told you couldn't have. And in this board game, those things are called sins, but they're not actually bad. There is no inherent evil in Islam. It doesn't exist. Just like massive fornication, gluttony, luxuriousness and display and everything, like every sin that doesn't actually hurt other people, because if you're hurting other people in Jannah, then it wouldn't be very good for them, right? But every other sin imaginable is a reward in Jannah, because there is no true evil, there is no true good. It's just an act of will, right? It's just this act of Allah's will, and these rules are what you live by. There's no good, there's no evil, there's just rules. That's why you can't think. That's why you can't use your moral reason. Whereas, in Romans 1:20, it says that you can look out and you can see that the wrath of God is poured out on all creation. You can see the goodness, you can see the evils, you can see natural evil and know that there's God. That's actually what Paul is saying, is that by seeing that there is injustice, you know there is such a thing as justice. And you know that this is true, and you know that there is goodness. And our God is essentially good, right? That is who our God is. It's not who Allah is. The decree of Allah creates good in Islam. Good is a creation. It's not an essential property of God in the idea that we have of goodness, right? So there are so many ways in which he is different. There are so many ways in which, he's not just, for example. His justice is explicitly imperfect in Islam, and is overpowered by his mercy for certain people, right? So these things are, it's a very, very, very different conception. And if you don't know what Muslims actually believe, if you don't know the Aqidah of the Atharis and the Asharis, Maturidis, or any of the Sunni groups, or the Ismailis who are Gnostics, they all have incredibly different views of Allah. So our God is not their God. It's not the same name, not the same characteristics, not the same actions, not the same desires, not the same love, because their God does not love the disbeliever. Essentially different in every possible way. And just because it's a bad cribbed copy of something doesn't mean that's like saying that, that thing that you bought on the street corner for $5, that's a real Rolex, because you see it has Rolex on it, right? It's a bad copy. It's a forgery. Forgeries aren't the real thing. Just because it has a watch face and hands doesn't mean that it's the real thing. So that's really all I want to say on that. I'm sorry that I was getting so frustrated, but I felt like he was a kid who was wanting to.
No, I mean, it's fine. The mission of this channel is to talk to atheists. We don't normally have these high level philosophical discussions, but I hope it was beneficial to people nonetheless. And if we learned nothing else, we at least learned that Danny can put together a more comprehensive argument than Safraz. Not necessarily an argument that we would accept, but at least it's better than Safraz just saying, it's true because I believe it's true, which is essentially all he ever does. So thank you everyone for joining today. If you haven't previously seen, I've started a new channel that is re-uploading David Wood's videos since he is leaving YouTube. I was going to have this segue into the premiere of another video there, but we went way longer than I expected, so that actually already premiered. But I'll put the link to today's video in the chat, and if you want to head over there and subscribe to that channel, that would be great. I'm releasing one video a day on that channel. Thank you everyone for joining us. Have a great rest of your day, and God bless.